Nicolas Maduro was wisely counseled to flee Venezuela. If he had run, where would he have run, Mr. President? He would have run straight to Moscow. For decades, Russia has been a friend to the murderous Cuban regime. And now, as the supreme leader in Iran considers his options, where might he go for refuge? The only place he could go is Moscow. So that's the company Vladimir Putin keeps in current day. But Putin even echoes the likes of Adolf Hitler. Putin routinely talks about, quote, liberating the Russian-speaking Ukrainians living in the Donbass and other areas of Ukraine. This is the same vile, absurd pretext that Adolf Hitler used when he invaded the German-speaking regions of neighboring countries in Europe, including Poland. That's who Vladimir Putin is. Regrettably, the people of Russia are led brutally by Putin, this world historical villain. Ukrainians will continue fighting against his unprovoked attacks, but not because they hate peace. The Ukrainians will continue to fight because their alternative is the extinction of their country. The West needs to stand with them. We need to stand with Ukraine. And we must keep assisting our friends. We need to send a clear message that Putin cannot wait us out. In December, I'm grateful to say to my colleagues that Congress overwhelmingly passed and President Donald Trump enthusiastically signed the National Defense Authorization Act. That law extends Ukraine's security assistance initiative and our commitment to sharing intelligence with Ukraine. Good for the President and good for our friends in the House and Senate. Our allies across the Atlantic are taking the lead now, as my colleague from Kentucky just pointed out, in financing security assistance for Ukraine. NATO allies are buying equipment from us in the United States and giving it to Ukraine. I certainly applaud that, as all Americans should. Mr. President, the U.S. should increase the air defenses and long-range strike capabilities we are sending to Kyiv. More than any other capabilities, these will help show Putin his military aims are not achievable. For nearly 4 years, Ukrainians have demonstrated their resolve, as they will continue to do. The West must continue to stand resolved with them. And I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
President,
President Pro Tem,
I ask that the calling quorum be suspended.
without objection.
Mr. President, many times under both Republican or Democrats, I've come to the Senate floor to raise concerns and warnings about how immigrant children, called unaccompanied children, are handled by Republican and Democrat departments of Health and Human Services, which, when immigration people don't have the capabilities or probably the legal right to determine where unaccompanied children should be handled, they're turned over to a division in the Department of Health and Human Services to do it. And in recent 4 or 5 years, we've had lots of cases where the lives of these children isn't protected because the Department of Health and Human Services isn't properly vetting the adults that these children are placed with. So once again, I'm here to give you some updates on my concern about that and an update today on investigations that I've followed up on. As we start a new congressional session, I'm here to discuss, as I've just said, an oversight topic of significant importance. For over a decade, I've investigated the government's mismanagement of migrant children and related matters. My work covers both Republican and Democrat administrations. During the Biden administration, the vetting process to safeguard these children barely existed, putting them in harm's way. Today, I'm making public records obtained from the Trump Department of Health and Human Services, which illustrates the dire consequences of a weak Biden administration vetting policies. These records show terrible cases of fraud and exploitation involving vulnerable children. And the public needs to know that this is probably just the tip of the iceberg. So I give you 3 examples. One sponsor allegedly applied to take in 2 migrant children as their father. And as I'll show you today, I have 2 other examples of a person pretending to be a father that was not a father. Later, this first father I'm telling you about allegedly assaulted these brothers on a regular basis. He reportedly didn't allow the brothers to contact their mother, and he didn't enroll them in school. Instead, the brothers lived in a trailer without heating or cooling. The brothers worked 7 days a week until 10 p.m. and lived on 1 meal a day. The brothers' sponsor also reportedly withheld the wages that the brothers earned so that smuggling fees to get into this country could be paid. The brothers' sponsor reportedly had a violent criminal history, which could have been revealed through fingerprinting background checks. And these background checks are now required by the Trump administration. They were assumed to be followed by the Biden administration and obviously were not. The Trump Health and Human Services told my office they sent this evidence to law enforcement for hopefully prosecution. Now, my second case describes the mistreatment of two other migrant children placed into the care of another sponsor who applied to take them in as their father. One of the children was reportedly forced to sell drugs. The records show this sponsor was later known to have used multiple aliases as far back as 2015. In addition, records show this sponsor has past convictions for fraud, which should have been caught by fingerprinting check. This sponsor reportedly later kidnapped his wife for 24 hours and threatened to kill her. Thankfully, Health and Human Services Department told my office the children have been removed, and HHS has transmitted this evidence to law enforcement. The final case I'm going to bring to you today concerns a 4-year-old boy who was released to someone who claimed, as you could expect, to be his father. According to Health and Human Services records, nearly 6 months later, the boy's sponsor called to say that he had taken another job and that his mother would take care of the 4-year-old. Approximately 1 month later, the sponsor's mother allegedly confessed that her son was not actually the boy's real father. Instead, it was later revealed that the sponsor allegedly colluded with the boy's biological mother to obtain a fraudulent birth certificate to get the boy into the United States. Health and Human Services told my office they've sent evidence of this fraud to law enforcement. As these records indicate, the Trump administration has created new DNA testing policies to verify the sponsor's parents. Now, any sponsor of a migrant child claiming to be a biological parent should undergo DNA testing to confirm that they're actually related. Sadly, these stories were all but inevitable because the Biden HHS prioritized speed, getting these people out of the immigration system, getting out of the authority and the responsibility of HHS. That speed was all prioritized over the safety of the children. Thankfully, the Trump administration put new policies in place, and I greatly appreciate the cooperation with my oversight from Health and Human Services. Specifically, I appreciate the cooperation of Secretary Kennedy, Assistant Secretary Adams, and Director Salazar of the Office of Refugee Settlement. As the record states, this administration has made efforts to expand DNA testing to help ensure sponsors are, in fact, who they claim to be. In addition, fingerprinting checks should reveal if new sponsors have a criminal or a violent past. It's pretty simple. Get the background work done to protect these kids. Together, these new policies represent important steps needed to correct the mistakes of the Biden administration. more can always be done to safeguard the welfare of vulnerable children. For these reasons, my oversight will continue. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator of Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we approach the March for Life, an annual celebration of life held in cities across America, I want to share what choosing life means to me and why many others who share my similar story, what it means to them. When my birth mother became pregnant with me, she faced an incredibly difficult choice. A choice that I know thousands of women across our nation are facing even as I speak today. Her husband had passed away, and she was already raising 2 young boys. After starting a new relationship, she found herself pregnant with me. Money was tight, she had little support, and soon found herself being pressured to have an abortion. Over the years, I have reflected on just how tough and courageous that decision must have been for her. I've always tried to think about what it would have been like to be in her shoes, how difficult that must have been. But fortunately, she chose life and a path of adoption for me. Just an amazing blessing. And after a brief stay in foster care, I received the greatest blessing in my life. I was adopted by my loving parents, Jim and Judy Husted. I spoke with my mom and dad last night. My dad is amazing, and he's about to turn 88 years old. And he and my mom have always given me the gift of unconditional love, the greatest gift any parent could give to their child. I share my story because I want women to know this. You are not alone. Others have walked the road that you're on if you find yourself pregnant and without the support you need, that you think you need to make it. And that there is a grateful child one day who will hopefully tell you that. You don't have to walk that road by yourself. There is support out there for you. In Ohio alone, women have access to nearly 200 pregnancy help centers and maternity homes that serve expecting mothers. I've visited many of them. They want you to come see them. If you're in need, if you're scared, if you need someone to talk to. They are there to help, not to pressure, not to judge, but to provide love, care, and support. Many of the women who staff these pregnancy resource centers have faced the very same challenges that you're facing right now. I know that my birth mother somehow found her way to Catholic Social Services and had that support. And I hope that if you're struggling, you feel that aloneness out there, that you know that there are people there who want to help and that you won't feel alone. I know being alone in a tough situation is the worst thing that you can possibly feel. But there are people out there who want to help you. So as we prepare for another March for Life this year, I hope we can remember a few simple truths. First, the March for Life reminds the country that this cause is ever present, that laws may change, but culture only changes when people are willing to stand up publicly and peacefully for the cause of life. Second, unborn children cannot march. They cannot vote. They cannot advocate for themselves. They rely on you to do that. So thank you for continuing to be a voice for them. And third, the pro-life movement is not just about opposing abortion. It is about supporting mothers, families, and children with real help and real hope. The March for Life shines the national spotlight on that life-saving work that people in pregnancy resource centers and other places like that are doing across our country every single day. So, as I reflect on my own good fortune and the courageous strength of my birth mother and the gratitude I have for my mom and dad who adopted me and gave me a great life, full of love and full of support. as we prepare for the March for Life, I hope that we will remember those sacrifices, remember the challenges, and do all we can to support those expectant mothers and the children of our nation. Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to share my story, and may God bless America.
Mr. President,
The senator from Oklahoma.
is the Senate currently in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this year, 2026, is the 50th anniversary of the Hyde Amendment. Now, that may not mean a lot to a lot of people, but 50 years ago, the United States Senate, the United States House, and the President of the United States came to a compromise agreement over the issue of abortion. It was a long, drawn-out process, and at the end of that long, drawn-out debate, they came to a compromise agreement that Americans would not have to pay for elective abortions. It didn't outlaw abortion in America, but it said we have disagreements on abortion as Americans, but at a minimum, we should agree American tax dollars should not pay for the taking of human life. That health care is about protecting life, not taking life. That in a controversial issue like abortion, at least we should all agree we don't use tax dollars to pay for abortion. That was 50 years ago this year. It's amazing to think about how many things have changed in American attitudes in 50 years. But what hasn't changed is we still haven't come to an agreement about abortion. We still haven't been able to resolve that issue. Now, science has resolved that issue, but we in American values and culture, we have not. Science would say that a child's life begins at conception. That's the moment that the DNA is different than the mom's DNA. Every single cell in the mom's body has the same DNA except for those cells. Those cells are different. They have a unique DNA in the world because that's a different person that's there. The cells are dividing and growing. There's no difference between a child in the womb and a child outside the womb other than time. That's a separate child. Science has settled that issue, but culturally, we haven't been able to settle this issue. Are some children valuable and are some children disposable? Our culture still believes there are some children that are disposable. I don't. I think every child is valuable. Whether you're a child born in a wealthy household or in poverty, that child has opportunity in America if they're allowed to live. It's this ongoing dialogue that we have as a country. Do we value the most vulnerable in our society? It's a conversation that's been going on now 5 decades. And next week, there'll be tens of thousands, probably actually hundreds of thousands, of students and adults that will all come to Washington, D.C. And I'm sure, as it always is on that January day, it will be cold outside. And they will walk down the mall and gather for a rally that's simply called a March for Life. They'll talk about the beauty of life. They'll talk about the value of every child. There'll be testimonies of people that their family has personally experienced abortion. There'll be testimonies of folks that they directly have experienced the pain of abortion. There'll be folks that'll stand up as physicians and talk about the medical issues, but ultimately there'll be conversations about every single child being valuable and beautiful. There'll be people in the crowd that were born in poverty and people in the crowd that were born in wealth, just like every other child in America that's in the womb. Except for those folks that will be at the rally, we'll be celebrating the fact that they were born, number one, and that they had an opportunity to be able to speak out for the next generation of people that so much desires to be born and to have the same opportunities all of us in this room have to grow, to learn, to love. That's all that child wants. And they have the opportunity to be able to have that. As I mentioned, 50 years ago, the Hyde Amendment was put in place. Every single part of our healthcare operation with federal dollars is all covered by the Hyde Amendment, whether it be Department of Defense healthcare, whether it be Veterans Administration, whether it be Indian healthcare services, whether it be CHIP services for children. all of those are covered by Hyde protections with this basic compromise agreement that we will not fund abortions with American taxpayer dollars. Well, except for one area, and that's actually Obamacare. When the Affordable Care Act was passed, there was an attempt to be able to have the Hyde Amendment actually included in that. That was actually put in the House of Representatives when they sent it over to the Senate to say, no, let's include the Hyde Amendment in this like we do every other part of our health care agreement. When it came to this body, though, my Democratic colleagues stripped that out. And they included in a different section saying, no, we're actually going to create a workaround around the Hyde Amendment so that we can quietly fund elective abortion for the first time with federal tax dollars. That workaround still exists today. The original agreement in the conversation was that every state would allow some options that would have elective abortions for your health care coverage and some options that you could choose without that. Except now that there's 12, maybe 13 states working that don't allow any option of the Affordable Care Act of Obamacare to be in their state that doesn't also require abortion coverage. So even people that are morally opposed to abortion and the taking of human life, they don't have an option to buy coverage in their state for health care without having abortion coverage built into it. Now the issue became, well, there'll be some kind of set-aside dollars that'll be separate, that you'll have a separate premium that you'll have to pay, and that separate premium will pay for the abortion coverage, except the insurance companies can't actually show where that separate premium is. In fact, after the law passed that required a separate payment for abortion coverage there, so there would be a type of Hyde is what they called it, the Obama administration immediately came out and said, actually the word separate actually means together. I'm not making this up. And so you now have your premiums together, but it's defined as being separate. Only in government can you define separate as meaning together. So we still have this one form of health care in America that violates this 50-year-old compromise. We don't use taxpayer dollars and compel Americans who actually value children to pay for the taking of life of a child. We're still working on that. Ironically enough, there's still an ongoing debate on the Affordable Care Act on Obamacare, still raging in this body even this week. And much of it circles around, is this going to be about health care, or is this going to be about the taking of human life? I have no issue if we're working on health care policy. I have a big issue if we're working on taking the life of an innocent child. There's also an ongoing debate that's happening right now over chemical abortions. Mifepristone, if you want to use the medical term, and there's several generics that are out there as well. This is an abortion drug that is literally now mailed to you without seeing a physician. Now, that didn't used to be so. It is a prescription drug. It's not an over-the-counter drug, and it's a prescription drug for a reason, because it has very, very serious side effects. But this prescription drug, under COVID time period, the Biden administration said, you know, there's a COVID crisis. People can't get in to see their doctor right now, so we'll allow them just to call in, and there'll just be this medicine mailed to them. And so for the first time, suddenly mifepristone, that actually causes an abortion for a woman, that drug is now being mailed without ever seeing a doctor. Now, some folks say, well, that's no big deal. It's used all the time, so it must be completely safe. In fact, my favorite term that I hear, and I hear it even from some folks in this body, is mifepristone is as safe as Tylenol. I've heard that so many times. It's as safe as Tylenol, it's as safe as Tylenol, it's as safe as Tylenol. Well, let me start with some basics. When you take a Tylenol, it doesn't take a child's life. So mifepristone, by design on the label, takes the life of a child. So let's just start there. The second issue, though, is also interesting. If you follow the label instructions for mifepristone and take it exactly as it is labeled, and if you take a Tylenol and take that exactly as it's labeled, if you take mifepristone, though, you are 8,000 times more likely to end up in the hospital than taking a Tylenol. Let me run that past you again. For all the folks that say it's as safe as Tylenol, mifepristone, according to the stats that we have that are public, you are 8,000 times more likely to end up in the hospital taking mifepristone than you are taking a Tylenol. Stop saying it's as safe as Tylenol. The facts do not bear that out. It's not. Mifepristone also has a strong likelihood and a side effect of causing infertility among women that have, the baby has a different blood type than the mom, and if the combination's not correct, the mom then suffers from infertility the rest of her life. Now, if you go see a doctor, they can tell you that. But if you just get it in the mail, you have no idea. Or how about this issue? If you have an ectopic pregnancy, which you don't know unless you have an ultrasound, taking mifepristone can not only kill the baby, but could also kill the mom. This is a big issue. The Biden administration became flippant about this chemical abortion drug because the Biden administration was focused on having more abortions in America. They weren't just pro-choice, they were pro-abortion, trying to increase the number of abortions in America. But to do that, they did not take into account the health and life of the moms because they were so eager to increase the number of abortions. Even in my state, we've made a decision based on the Dobbs decision from the Supreme Court that's now each state can make their own decisions about what they're going to do about this issue of life. After decades under Roe v. Wade, the court has now said this is up to every state. So in my state, you would say this is a settled issue, except for doctors out of state. Now we're mailing in abortion pills into women in my state, intentionally going around our state laws. Intentionally. This morning, the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, chaired by my friend Dr. Bill Cassidy, they held a hearing talking about mifepristone this morning. One of the witnesses was the Attorney General from Louisiana, talking about the number of women who have experienced coercive abortions where a parent or a boyfriend or some other loved one compelled them to be able to take these chemical abortion drugs against their will, compelled them to do that, or slipped it into their food or into a drink to be able to sneak it into their system, literally taking the life of that child. You know how they can do that? Because you don't have to see a doctor to get access to these drugs. They can just be mailed to you as if they're a Tylenol when they are not. We have to have an ongoing conversation here. Decades into this dialogue about the value of children, we're still talking about this issue. Are children valuable? Let's keep talking about it. Because at some point as a country, we have to resolve this most simple, scientific, ethical decision. Are some children valuable and some children are disposable? Or is each child valuable? I'm going to stand with the marchers that are coming in next week to joyfully celebrate the beauty of every child. Yesterday, I was emailed a photo of a longtime friend of mine who she just had her first child. It's been a long process for she and her husband. But I got a beautiful picture of baby Benjamin yesterday. And he's adorable. I know you're not supposed to say that about a boy, but he's adorable. And we're excited to see him. Last year, there were 1 million abortions ever done in America. 1 million. We'll never see their face. Those children either were thrown away in the trash or ended up in a toilet after a chemical abortion. What's the difference between those two children? Not a thing. Not a thing. All children are valuable. All of them. And I pray for the day when all of them have an opportunity to live and to experience this glorious nation that we get to experience the freedom of every day. So thanks to the marchers who will speak out next week for life, and for all of those around the country that continue to look at the science and continue to look in the face of a child and say, "You're beautiful." I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise as the ranking member of the Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies Appropriations Subcommittee, known around here as CJS, to discuss the funding of critical national programs provided to those agencies for fiscal year 2026. This is one of the appropriation bills that's before the Senate right now. And I want to thank Senator Moran, the chairman and my partner on the CJS subcommittee, and his staff, Brian Daner, Kevin Wheeler, and Rachel Taylor, for working closely with me and my team to produce this important final bill for consideration of the Senate. And I want to thank House CJS Chairman Hal Rogers and Ranking Member Grace Meng and their staffs as well. This bill is the result of many long days and nights of tough negotiations over the holidays, including a very productive call among the four of us on New Year's Eve to broker a final deal on the bill's remaining and outstanding items. And this bill has already overwhelmingly passed the House of Representatives. The CJS Appropriations Agreement meets the allocation that was given to our subcommittee of $78 billion in discretionary spending. It rejects the very deep and reckless cuts proposed in the president's budget. At the same time, it's not much higher than the 2025 continuing resolution. So basically flat funding, even as needs have grown in these important programs. So we had to make tough decisions when it came to what programs to cut and what to protect, but Senator Moran and I were able to work together with our House colleagues in a bipartisan way to do our best to make those decisions. I must say, this is not the bill I would have written if I were doing it on my own, but it is the result of negotiations. And as we know, Republicans currently control every branch of government. Majorities in the House and the Senate, and of course, control of the White House. But this bill, while not what I would have written alone, will ensure that Congress, and not Donald Trump or Russ Vought, decides how taxpayer dollars get spent for the agencies covered in this bill. So I'm happy to report to my colleagues that the CJS conference bill before us is a strong bipartisan one that rejects the very devastating, misguided funding cuts and program eliminations that had been advanced and suggested by President Trump. And it rejects dozens and dozens of extreme poison pill riders that have been proposed by our House Republican colleagues. It does make smart and targeted investments in a wide range of critical initiatives that affect the lives of all of our fellow Americans. It prioritizes keeping our communities safe. It advances American leadership in science and innovation. It boosts economic opportunities around the country, including through the Manufacturing Extension Program. And it funds vital initiatives at federal agencies in my home state of Maryland, from scientific research at NASA Goddard to operations at NOAA and NIST to preparations for the next census. Through the Department of Commerce, we maintain the current generation of NOAA weather and climate satellites. And we invest in next-generation satellites that will track severe weather. We also promote American businesses and exports through Department of Commerce efforts. We also help the agencies like NIST that are creating the cybersecurity and AI standards for the future. Through NOAA, we're also enabling sustainable management of ocean resources that are so vital to our fisheries and to commerce throughout our country. To promote American innovation and scientific discovery, the bill provides just over $8 billion for the National Science Foundation, sparing it from the 57% cut sought by President Trump. Colleagues, we cannot expect to maintain our cutting edge in science and discovery with respect to and stay ahead of our competitors if we're not making the investments, the vital investments in research through the National Science Foundation. The bill funds NASA at just over $24 billion to explore the solar system, to advance our understanding of climate change, to promote innovation and sustainability in aeronautics, and to protect our planet. This is another area where we rejected very deep cuts proposed by the Trump administration, including the 47% cut they had proposed to NASA's science budget. You know, colleagues, we won't have a space program if we don't understand what's happening in space and get to the fundamentals of science in space. You cannot have one without the other, and so we reject those cuts. The president's budget would have wrecked the exciting work being done right now at Maryland's Goddard Space Flight Center, where they're completing what's known as the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. It is on time, in fact, ahead of schedule, and right now under budget, and is expected to launch later this year to investigate dark energy and the formation of galaxies and stars, all things that will add to the body of human knowledge and help the United States remain a leader when it comes to space discovery and exploration. The next step would be the development of the Habitable Worlds Observatory that can answer the fundamental question of whether we are alone in the universe. That is another exciting project where America will take the lead, but only if we provide the resources to get it done. And that is another important program based at NASA Goddard. Mr. President, I also included language directing NASA to preserve all of the technical and scientific world-class capabilities at Goddard during any consolidation of the campus, and calling for a National Academies of Sciences study to make sure that NASA Goddard is set up for long-term success. It is a national treasure, and we need to preserve it. Reform, yes, but let's make sure we reform it in a way that can allow it to continue to be a leader when it comes to space science, earth science, and the American enterprise. Funding in this bill will also help better protect American communities. It invests in life-saving grant programs from state, local, and tribal law enforcement to advancing criminal justice initiatives to providing the highest level of funding ever for the Office on Violence Against Women. Mr. President, in addition to these funding priorities, the bill also includes language I worked on to address the Trump administration's ongoing efforts to set aside and ignore the decades-long site selection process for a new FBI headquarters. The language in this bill requires that prior to spending any reprogrammed construction funds on a new headquarters, the FBI must submit the contracted and completed architectural and engineering plan for any new building, including the security plan for review by the Appropriations Committee. I think we would all agree that it's essential that the men and women who work at the FBI have a headquarters that meets the security requirements that have been set out for it over the last 15 years to 2 decades, which is level 5 security. It's the highest level of security, given the very sensitive work that the FBI does on behalf of our country. This language is important to reasserting Congress's oversight role in a large and expensive project and ensuring that the new headquarters meets the mission and security needs of the men and women of the FBI. And I want to thank Senator Moran for working with me on this provision. As I said earlier, this bill is not perfect. It does, however, include guardrails to safeguard the Congress's powers when it comes to spending the taxpayer dollars, at least within the domain of the agencies in this particular appropriations bill. And that is one of the very important features of this legislation compared to what we would otherwise see in a straight continuing resolution. In this bill, we make sure that congressional prerogatives are protected, not just in report language, but in the statute itself. Mr. President, as I said, the bill's not perfect. There are many things that I would have chosen to do differently if I were doing this on my own. I will say one problem with the bill before us is that a provision that had been unanimously adopted in the Senate Appropriations Committee regarding the Epstein files was taken out of this bill. That provision would have required the Department of Justice to retain those records. It also required them to submit not just the files, but a report that provided information and analysis on various aspects of the Epstein files, from financial questions to links regarding foreign intelligence, anything that the documents reflected. And I will say at a time when we've seen just a small percentage of those files actually released to the public and to the Congress, we need to do much better, which is why I have filed an amendment to this bill to restore the identical language that this Senate and Senate Appropriations Committee unanimously adopted. Despite those shortcomings of the bill, Mr. President, I do think if you look at its full scope, that it is something that is worthy of bipartisan support. I think it will advance very important national interests, both when it comes to science and discovery, when it comes to law enforcement, and when it comes to other major national priorities. The funding in this bill and the resources it's provided will, in my view, strengthen our country, especially at a time when we are facing so many challenges around the world, from competitors and adversaries, including China and others. We need to make sure that the United States invests in the future of our people and the future of our country. This bill, while not perfect, is a positive step in that direction, and I urge my colleagues to adopt it. And I yield the floor. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, if I could, I did want to thank some of the folks on my team. I neglected to do that. And I want to thank them for all the work that they did. That includes Jessica Berry, who's the lead Democratic clerk on the committee, as well as other members of our committee, Lindsay Erickson, T.J. Loudermilk, and Blaise Sheraton. I thank the Republican staff members on Senator Moran's staff who worked with us, and I wanted to thank my own team as well. And in closing, I also do want to thank the chair and vice chair of the Appropriations Committee, Senator Patty Murray, Senator Susan Collins, for their work in getting us to this point. And again, I urge adoption of this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I will get to the primary reason that I asked for time on the floor today. I did want to say that if it was within the rules and that I would be able to acknowledge people in the gallery who happen to be my great staff that have done extraordinary casework for years and years, and they're visiting here. If it was within the rules for me to recognize them, I would, but I understand the rules that I will not. But I do welcome them nevertheless. Mr. President, I'm here. Yesterday, the President had a tour up in Michigan, I believe, and a reporter asked him a question about me in particular. Said, how do you feel about, Senator Tillis says that the potential indictment of the Fed chair seems a bit excessive. I didn't use those words, but that was how the question was postured. And in response to that, the President said, that's why Tom's not running for office anymore. Now, he went on to say very nice things, that he likes me and we work together. I like the President. As a matter of fact, I know many people would probably be shocked to hear this, but I've never had a crossword with the President. We've never had an elevated discussion in either direction. My guess is if it came from one direction, it would have ended up that way, but it never has. Matter of fact, the President has a quality to him that I find really endearing, like when I called him out of the blue because my mom was talking about him. She's a big fan of the President. Called him out of the blue on a Saturday afternoon and picked up the phone. I said, Mr. President, would you speak to my mom? She loves you. Got on the phone, graciously spoke to her for about 5 minutes. A few months later, I was down in Florida, and I had an aunt and uncle, same thing. Called him up, same thing. He can be a gracious person. The President, though, got it wrong he was right in saying that I'm not running anymore. But the reason that I made the decision not to run again, Mr. President, and I decided it was just easier to do it here versus answer the countless questions out in the hallway, it's because in the moment where he and I had a disagreement, I had to make a decision about how I could be most helpful to him. And so if I ran for re-election, I would necessarily always have to think about what boundaries I should have in expressing my concern, and that creating complications for my campaign. There are red lines. There are just certain things that I would disagree with and would have to take the heat in a campaign. But I thought in the moment I would be far better equipped to give the President my advice on policy matters if I removed any doubt whatsoever that my decisions would be based upon the consequences of either getting his support or not having his support in a campaign. And so when I did my announcement and said that I was wanting to put myself in a position where I could call balls and strikes, it was so that I could do something that I believe some people in the White House are not particularly concerned with. The night that I told the President he should find a replacement, the press has gotten this wrong. The President did not ask for people to replace me, and then I decided to retire. The President and I were having a dialogue that night, and I told the President that I thought it was time for him to look for a replacement, that I had decided not to run for re-election. My last communication that night with the President, it's not verbatim, but pretty close. I told the President, I said, Mr. President, if I prove anything else to you in the next year and a half, I hope that I can prove to you that I care about your legacy and you have people around you who don't. There are people who are surfing his wave until they go to the next one. There are young people that have never served in office and don't understand the consequences of looking around corners and protecting this president. There are people that are more concerned with their next job and the next presidential campaign that they may be able to get on than making sure that this president is as successful as possible. So I decided, by just making a decision not to run for re-election, I can speak truth to a president that I hope goes down in history as the most successful Republican president in the history of this country. He has that potential if he starts to recognize advice that he's getting, but I think is bad advice and won't age well. And I'll get to a few. I'm going to keep my temperature down. I told everybody this isn't cranky Tom. This is This is Tom trying to explain a very serious subject. Ladies and gentlemen, the thought of the United States taking the position that we would take Greenland, an independent territory within the Kingdom of Denmark, is absurd. Somebody needs to tell the president that the people of Greenland, up until these current times, were actually very, very pro-American and very, very pro-American presence. We had as many as 17 military installations in Greenland at our height, and frankly, I bet that once we get through this tension that we have today, that they would be willing to accept us. So we've got the power projection capability in Greenland, and we haven't necessarily put a 75-year alliance in NATO and dissolving it in the mix. That's the smart, sustainable way to achieve the president's goal of securing the Arctic. The not smart, unachievable way is whoever told the president that this was a viable path. It doesn't make sense. I'll give you another example. Over the weekend, the president, and the question yesterday had to do with Chair Powell. And I made the statement that I felt like now that the Fed chair is potentially under indictment, I will not support any vote for any Fed board member until this matter is decided. Why? Well, because the whole argument about Fed independence comes into question, right? If all of a sudden the Justice Department, apparently, according to the president, unknown to him, he reported it was a surprise to him. Since then, he's been briefed. And he's standing by the Justice Department on this indictment. But ladies and gentlemen, unless there is a really compelling reason, unless the prosecution succeeds, and I think it's unlikely, virtually impossible, that Chair Powell will be found guilty of anything, this is all about the testimony in a banking committee hearing. That's all it is. And if they succeed, then they really have created a device that really will put the Fed's independence in question and could cause serious problems for us in the future. I think one of the reasons why the financial markets did not react precipitously in a negative way with the revelation of Chair Powell is because many people stood up in Congress and said this seems to be crossing a line. I believe if the financial markets thought that it was almost certain that Jay Powell was going to resign or be prosecuted, I believe we'd have had a very different reaction. So this is another example of where, look, Jay Powell, I think, has made decisions that I disagreed with, similar to decisions that have been made by conservative justices that I disagree with, but I think they did it for the right reasons. And so it's just another example of where, in this case, according to the president's public comments, he was surprised about the indictment. It's another example of who in there thought this was a good idea. Now, because it's a current investigation, we'll just have to wait and figure it out after it's either been, they proceed with an indictment or they decide to dismiss it. And then the final thing, Mr. President, I'm in a position now without question to say that anyone who thinks that President Trump adopting Elizabeth Warren's idea on capping credit card interest rates, it is literally what the president said over the past week, is not the conservative that I thought they were. Anybody that thinks this is a good idea will not speak truth to this president to say you can't do that. If you want to unbank or underbank people, then not allow interest rates to be set based on the risk. And you'll see what will happen. I told Senator Warren on the floor yesterday, I said, good on you. Senator Warren and I have a good relationship. We don't hardly ever vote on the same stuff. But I said, good on you. You've convinced the President of the United States to actually embrace something you've been pitching for as long as I've been here. I also told her, she said, does that mean you're going to set the policy? I said, no, I'm going to work hard to kill it, but I like good execution, even when it's not policy I like, and that was good execution. You convinced the president to embrace your policy. And then finally, the Credit Card Competition Act. It's another example, ladies and gentlemen. Other countries have tried it, and it's failed. The industry is trying to work to come up with a compromise that is working. But once again, somebody in the president's orbit thought capping interest rates was a good idea and told them. I don't expect the president to be an expert in the consequences of that. Somebody thought doing the Credit Card Competition Act after it's been unsuccessful here because Republicans have fought it is a good idea. It's still a bad idea. So to the president, Mr. President, I'm going to live up to my promise. I'm going to do everything I can to point out advice that you're being given by people who are not thinking about your legacy, they're not thinking about good policy, and from time to time they are fading far out of the realm of what I consider to be good, conservative, free market ideology. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. With all this upheaval in Minnesota and certainly some other states, Tennesseans are learning a whole lot more about what is happening in this country with fraud and how people are defrauding not only the federal government, but many state and local governments as well. And the calls that are coming into our office, the emails that we are getting show that this is an issue that has really grabbed the attention of Tennesseans. And I think that one of the reasons is because people have seen fraud play out in their local communities. They've seen title theft, where forgers go in and they steal properties, and then someone finds out their property is going to be sold on the courthouse steps. They all know of contractors who take deposits. They're fly-by-night. They never show up to do the work. They know senior citizens who are being defrauded out of life savings. They've seen kickback schemes in their local counties and cities where local officials go hire a friend and make a contract there at these enormous rates. But I do think that what has happened in Minnesota has caused the American people to look more closely at what is happening with their hard-earned taxpayer dollars and how these are being stolen through fraud. And we know that this issue goes far from Minnesota and into every corner of the country. And the Government Accountability Office, and this report I think is significant, it estimates that each and every year, that our government is losing between $233 billion and $521 billion to fraud, fraudulent programs, fraudulent claims. So think about that. You've got individuals and entities who willfully misrepresent themselves so that they can get taxpayer benefits, taxpayer dollars, and they are stealing up to $521 billion a year of your money. And that $521 billion could be an underestimate. We have a former assistant director for the Government Accountability Office who believes the number is actually closer to $750 billion a year. So for context, that's more, that $750 billion is more than the entire amount of money we spent on Medicaid in fiscal year 2024. That $750 billion estimate going to fraud, that would have more than funded everything we spent on Medicaid. And it is just shy of the $850 billion that we spend on defense. Now, those are some of the biggest components of our nation's budget, Medicaid and defense. but yet we're wasting. The estimate is that money is being spent via fraud. Now, these figures don't include the taxpayer dollars that are lost through improper payments. These payments that go to the wrong person, or maybe they exceed the correct amount. Since fiscal year 03, the GAO estimates that the federal government has lost $2.8 trillion to improper payments. So, you have to say, where is the money going when you look at these numbers? According to the GAO, in fiscal year 2024, more than half, $85 billion were improper payments under Medicare and Medicaid. That's called sloppy bookkeeping. And this should come as no surprise. In Minnesota, this is where much of the fraud has been occurring, including through the Medicaid housing program. This fraud could help explain why Minnesota saw the second highest per enrollee Medicaid spending under Obamacare expansion. Federal dollars are underwriting non-existent services and treatments. So Minnesota, with all the fraud going on there, they have the second highest cost per enrollee. And it has shot up during the Obamacare expansion. We learned even more about the fraud occurring in blue state Medicaid programs and Obamacare during the Schumer shutdown. And last month, the GAO released findings that show just how easy it is to commit fraud with the Biden bonus credits under Obamacare, the same program that the Democrats fought to bankroll with another $450 billion taxpayer dollars. To test the program's safeguards against fraud, the GAO said, we're going to conduct an experiment. So, Mr. President, they decided to make up 24 fictitious applications. So they did these quite sloppily. They made up names, addresses, information. They left out some required information on these 24 applications. So they're all false. They're all missing information. And how many of those applications do you think that were approved for Obamacare? 23 of the 24 were approved. And they were fake. But they got approved anyway. So the federal government was paying more than $10,000 a month, each and every month, to insurance companies to provide coverage for enrollees that do not exist. That is a lot of money being wasted. Now, gets worse. A preliminary analysis by GAO found that there were at least 190,000 applications between 2023 and 24. That is that fiscal year that had unauthorized changes by agents or brokers. That means the individual, of course, we now know many of these are fake, and they didn't approve this or submit or ask for it. It was the agent or the broker without permission that made that change. Over the same period, there were close to 100,000 duplicate Social Security numbers enrolled in the program. In one case, there was one Social Security number that was used to apply for more than $125 5 policies. And guess what? They got approved. And guess what? All fake. Insurance companies making the money every month. And it is your tax dollars at work for what is a fraud scheme. Now, despite all this fraud, the Democrats this week demanded a vote to overturn the Trump administration's marketplace integrity rule, which protects consumers from the fraud that plagued the system under President Biden and his administration. Can't believe they wanted to overturn marketplace integrity, but oh, they did. Now, this is just one part of the puzzle. Every year, we spend more than $4 trillion on more than 2,400 aid and subsidy programs. Get that? 2,400 aid and subsidy programs. And almost all are vulnerable to fraud. Housing subsidies, student loans, child care programs, food stamps, unemployment insurance, and the list goes on. We should be grateful that President Trump is working to root out this widespread fraud. The American people expect the government to work for law-abiding citizens, not criminals. And ensuring these scammers face justice is crucial to restoring trust and accountability. To support his efforts, I recently introduced the Fraud Accountability Act. This legislation would amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to explicitly make clear that fraud is a deportable offense. This will provide another tool for the president to deport or denaturalize scammers who have come to our country to steal from the American people, to steal from the U.S. taxpayer, to steal from the federal government, and to pad their pockets. Hardworking taxpayers deserve to know their money goes to those who truly need it. It should not be going to criminals who are choosing to game the system. And I know the Fraud Accountability Act will help and assist in holding these individuals to account.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. The American people can be forgiven for wanting to turn off their computers or TVs and feeling a sense of abhorrence and repulsion at what they are seeing again and again and again as the video of Renee Good's killing is replayed for them. What it shows is a horrific tragedy. A mother, 37 years old, an American citizen, subject to alleged murder. I use the word alleged because I have spent most of my time, most of my career in law enforcement. And the word alleged before a conviction is always mandatory, but what's on that tape is there for everyone to see. The absolutely needless, reckless use of excessive force and firearms without any apparent need for self-defense. We are seeing a surge of violence in this country that is not only from private individuals, but now from supposed law enforcement, ICE, which has a responsibility to uphold the law and respect norms that protect everyday citizens. We're a country built on due process and the rule of law. And we were founded on the idea that we resist tyrannical monarchs, that we fought a war, in fact, against a tyranny that used totalitarian, Gestapo-type tactics. And now we see them on the streets of our own country. Yes, Americans have a right to be repulsed by these videos and outraged, angry, but also saddened and grief-stricken because the killing of Renee Nicole Good last week at the hands of an ICE agent showed the tragic outcome of abuse of power. This death was preventable and predictable. It was preventable. It needn't have happened. But it was also predictable because it is only an example of the rising tide of lawlessness and recklessness on the part of ICE that has been documented. In fact, by my report, the investigation we did as ranking member of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigation, and the report that was the result of that investigation, we released it several weeks ago, and I ask that this report be entered into the record of this committee if there's no objection.
Without objection.
I released this report, which documents firsthand accounts of 22 United States citizens in 10 different states who were physically assaulted, pepper sprayed, denied medical treatment, detained, sometimes for days, by federal immigration agents. And we did a hearing with a number of those American citizens who were injured, denied medical care, prevented from contacting their families or lawyers, some of them for days on end while detained under very harsh conditions. And it was graphic, it was gripping, but it was only 4 or 5 examples of 22 individuals we interviewed who themselves were only a subset of hundreds of American citizens who were physically assaulted, detained, and many of them injured. This pattern and practice is not coincidental. It is the result of a policy, an apparent policy on the part of this government agency that involves agents who are masked, unidentifiable, turn violent without provocation, crashing their government vehicles into citizens' cars, dragging them from those cars, slamming them to the ground, violently assaulting them, often leading to lasting injuries, including trauma. One of the individuals who appeared at our hearing was a veteran who served and sacrificed for this country in the belief that he was helping to preserve the very liberties that he was denied when he was arrested. Now, every one of these people sought to tell the agents that they were an American citizen. They offered their passports or their driver's license or other identification to show they were American citizens. There was no reason to assault them in this way. In California, they beat a 79-year-old man so badly that they broke his ribs, and they slammed another man's head into the ground so hard that he was concussed. In Illinois, a woman was shot 5 times, while in Indiana, a man was punched in the face and dragged outside his family home in the early morning hours. It didn't matter whether children were present. Agents acted with reckless disregard for their safety and well-being. In Idaho, children were taken from a car at gunpoint and later zip-tied. In Massachusetts, an autistic child was deliberately taken from her parents and used as bait by law enforcement to try to lure their parents out of the house. These detentions were not limited to one state or a few states. They spanned the nation from Idaho to Alabama, from California to Illinois. And we know there are so many stories that haven't been told because people fear retaliation and retribution. American citizens fearing their own government retaliating against them for speaking truth to power about physical assaults by their own government. These ICE agents have been trained and they've been recruited by the Department of Homeland Security, which is complicit in this misconduct. Complicit because it has failed to provide the right training and perhaps has recruited people who are wrongly in these roles, and has failed to either provide protocols or to enforce them. What became clear through our interviews and across the stories that keep emerging is that the Department of Homeland Security does not have just a few rogue agents. It has become a lawless force as an agency of the government. It is engaged in a coordinated nationwide effort using the same tactics, the same violence, wherever they are deployed. So after months of investigating these kinds of lawless abuses, I am really saddened to say that Renee Good's death came as no surprise. It was predictable. And it was preventable, and also preventable are the injuries and the deaths and the lawlessness that are happening every day right now in the streets of America, in the neighborhoods of our great country. They are a betrayal of the rule of law that is the foundation of our nation. It should shock America's conscience, and I believe it has, as it has shocked mine. These kinds of brazen, abusive, lawless tactics do not represent our nation. Americans will have a hard time, and they should, recognizing our great nation in what they are seeing hour after hour, day after day, right now in real time in those abuses. And so frequently used, Gestapo-type tactics, I initially thought, I don't want to go there. My father escaped Germany in 1935 and came to America after seeing what was to come in those same Gestapo-type tactics in Germany. He came here speaking no English, having not much more than the shirt on his back and knowing virtually no one. If he had stayed in Germany, he would have seen paramilitary force going door to door, rounding up people, just like him, exactly the kinds of tactics we now see unfolding. ICE as a paramilitary force going business to business, door to door, church to church, school to school, seizing people, dragging them out of their cars or homes without much more cause than the fact that they are people of color, or they speak a different language, or they're working in a place where undocumented immigrants are thought to be working. In this country now, decades after that time, in the 1930s, in the pinnacle of democracy, what we're seeing is a paramilitary force stopping people in this same way, searching them and assaulting them. And the parallels are unmistakable and frightening. We cannot, in this body or anywhere in our great country, stand idly while our fellow citizens are rounded up and subject to this treatment. We should not be standing idly as any human being, whatever their status, is subject to this kind of abuse. I will continue on my subcommittee, the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, the work that we have done, the investigation that is ongoing right now. We will press for accountability. We will press for the facts, the truth. And we have a lot of it already. We will not sit idly and watch as the nation I love, all of us in this body do, demean and betray our Constitution. We've all taken an oath to uphold it. So have those ICE agents that are betraying it. Our Constitution will crumble unless we fight for it. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since December 28th, Iranian civilians have taken to the streets to protest the bleak economic conditions and the daily hardships imposed on their families by the Iranian regime. Local protests have spread across the country to all 31 provinces, drawing tens of thousands of citizens into the streets. These men and women are rightfully calling for accountability, freedom, and an end to authoritarian rule. I stand in solidarity with the people of Iran. They have endured decades of brutal oppression, corruption, and economic mismanagement. They want to live with dignity, to provide their families, and to secure a better future for the next generation. These are universal aspirations, and they deserve the support of the international community. And the people of Iran deserve liberty. The regime's response has been swift and ruthless. In an attempt to silence dissent and conceal its abuses, Iranian authorities have shut down the internet and the phone service. They've cut citizens off from one another and from the outside world. Peaceful protesters have been met with lethal force. Although the regime has shut down nearly all communications, we're seeing reports estimating that over 12,000 innocent civilians have been killed. More than 18,000 individuals have been arrested. This level of violence against Iran's own people is indefensible. I commend President Trump for imposing economic pressure on those who continue to support and sustain that regime. These measures, they send a clear message. The United States will not ignore the suffering of the Iranian people, and the exploitation of the Iranian people must end. The newly imposed 25% tariffs on countries doing business with Iran are designed to strike at the economic lifelines that enable this repression. Some of Iran's largest trading partners, unsurprisingly, are our adversaries. It is both in the interest of our national security and in the interest of the Iranian people to hold these enablers accountable. The courage of the Iranian people deserves nothing less. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, 16 years after the Supreme Court's disastrous Citizens United decision, families across Arizona are paying more for groceries, rent, gas, and health care. And they're wondering why the people they elect to represent them always seem to have time for the priorities of billionaires and big corporations, but not enough time for them. That question did not come out of nowhere. It came from lived experience. Hard-working Americans are doing everything right. They're working longer hours. They're budgeting carefully. They're raising their families, and they're just trying to stay afloat. But they're still falling behind. And that's why we're here today. In 2010, the Supreme Court handed down a decision that put a for sale sign on our democracy. The Citizens United ruling opened the door for corporations and billionaires to spend unlimited amounts of money to influence our elections, often without the public ever knowing who's behind it. The court decided that spending money in elections is the same thing as political speech, and that corporations should have the same political rights as individual Americans. Does that make any sense? And the results of this was somewhat predictable. And it wasn't limited to a courtroom. It changed how this place, the United States Senate, works. The loudest voices in Washington became billionaires and not everyday Americans. It led to the rise of super PACs and dark money groups. These groups, they come out of nowhere, and they spend millions and millions of dollars attacking one candidate or cause or supporting another. They organize around what benefits them financially, and they pour massive amounts of money into securing a specific outcome that benefits them. And they aren't subject to the same transparency or accountability of a campaign that a candidate runs. It created a system where power shifts away from everyday Americans and towards the people who can write the big, giant checks. That shows up in the policies that politicians fight for and the ones that they block. It's no surprise. And right now, under Donald Trump and Republicans in Washington, we're seeing this dynamic play out very clearly. Last year, Republicans passed a bill to hand out massive tax breaks to billionaires and giant corporations, paid for by throwing 300,000 Arizonans off of their health care and slashing food assistance for families who need it. He has stacked his cabinet with billionaire friends who are completely out of touch with everyday working Americans who are often living paycheck to paycheck. And early in his term, he tapped an unqualified person, Elon Musk, the wealthiest man in the world, who spent more money than anybody else to get Donald Trump elected, hired him to oversee an effort to recklessly fire thousands of hardworking federal employees and shut down entire agencies, undermining our national security. Americans are living through a serious cost of living crisis right now. Families are struggling with rising expenses for health care, for housing, for utilities, for groceries, just about everything. And what I hear from my constituents, they want relief. They want their government to help bring down costs and help make their lives more affordable. But time and again, the policies that would do exactly that stall, or they just die right here in this chamber and down the road at the White House. 16 years after Citizens United, this is not about relitigating a court case. It's about recognizing how deeply money in politics affects people's lives, and about drawing a clear line between a political system that serves billionaires and one that serves people. Americans see this clearly. They're demanding transparency. They're demanding accountability. And they're demanding a government that answers to the voters, not to the billionaires, and not to the special interests. That's why from day one, I've approached this job differently. I've never taken a dime of corporate PAC money, and I never will. And I've introduced legislation to ban corporate PACs. I publish my schedule online so that everybody can see what I'm working on, who I'm meeting with, and how I am spending my time in this job. And I've introduced legislation to require all senators to do the same exact thing. I've also led on legislation to ban members of Congress from trading stocks. Let me be clear. Nobody should be able to use this job to profit personally. It's horrendous, and it's a huge problem. One of the first things I did after being elected was moving all of my assets and that of my wife's, Gabby Giffords, to a qualified blind trust, the best standard identified by Senate ethics. And I think all members of Congress need to do that. These are not radical ideas. They're about restoring trust and making sure that this place works for people who don't have lobbyists, who don't have super PACs, who can't write a 7-figure check. These shouldn't be radical demands. They're basic expectations. And here's why this matters so much right now. As long as big money and billionaires dominate our politics, it will continue to block progress on the issues that people care about most. Lowering skyrocketing health care costs, making housing more affordable, increasing competition so families aren't left paying more every single month. Those fights all run straight through the influence of corporate money. It is very clear. So let me be clear. Money is not speech. I mean, who came up with that? And corporations are not people. So this moment isn't just about looking backward at a court decision. That's not what we're getting at. It's about deciding what kind of Congress we want to be moving forward. Do we accept a system where access is bought and outcomes are shaped by the wealthiest members in our society? Or do we set a higher bar and say that democracy should work for the people who vote, not the people who spend millions of dollars of their own money in elections? That's the choice right in front of us. Now, I'm proud to be joined by my colleagues today as we mark 16 years since the Citizens United ruling, to make clear that the damage from that decision is real, and it's ongoing, and it's standing in the way of progress on the issues that people care most about. And this conversation This should not end here. It should continue with action, with accountability, and with a commitment to put people back at the center of our democracy. Thank you, Mr. President. And with that, I want to welcome my good friend and colleague, the senator from Rhode Island, Sheldon Whitehouse.
Mr. President,
The senator from Rhode Island.
let me first thank Senator Kelly for coordinating this unfortunate commemoration of a truly disgraceful decision by the Republican appointees of the Supreme Court 16 years ago. This decision opened the floodgates of our politics to billions and billions of dollars in dark money. And those billions and billions in dark money have distorted our political process in ways that are obvious and evident to everybody who works in this building. Some are winners from that dark money spending, some are losers from that dark money spending, but everybody sees it. Billionaire spending in our elections is up 160 times. 160 times more billionaire spending in our elections now that billionaires can pump money in by the millions. Just 100 families poured a record-breaking $2.6 billion into federal elections in 2024. I don't know how democracy survives in an environment in which 100 super wealthy families are dumping $2.6 billion in special interest spending, influence spending, into our elections. This is not a hypothetical problem. I care a lot about climate change, and I see what is happening to our coasts, particularly in Rhode Island, and I was here before the Citizens United decision, when robust, meaningful, bipartisan climate legislation was constant here in the Senate. I can think of 4 major bipartisan bills here in the Senate, and I remember my friend John McCain running for president, carrying the Republican banner into that presidential election with a completely solid and respectable climate platform. Well, right after Citizens United, all of that stopped. The barrage of fossil fuel dark money into our politics killed bipartisanship on climate change instantly. It is still a problem today. Just yesterday, I asked to move a resolution that declared that climate change is not a hoax, that climate science is sound science, and that research into the effects of climate change should continue, and Republicans objected to that simple resolution. The fossil fuel industry bought this obstruction of climate legislation for 16 years now with money. They poured $450 million into political influence spending during the 2024 cycle, and that's only the identifiable money. Then there's the dark money, and we don't know how big that number was. We're already seeing the climate problem cascade into a homeowner's insurance crisis, cascade into a crisis of mortgage unavailability, and ultimately home value losses. It's already happening in Florida, for instance. So this is real, with real consequences for regular Americans. There was a big flaw in the Citizens United decision. The Citizens United decision hung on 2 assertions of fact by that slim Republican majority that warped our politics for the billionaires. Those 2 false facts were that all of this new spending was going to be independent of political campaigns. That was never tested, never vetted, never litigated. That was a fact that was invented behind the curtains of the Supreme Court by those 5 justices. And history shows since then that had a real fact-finding effort been undertaken, it would have been clear that this spending is not at all independent of political campaigns. But here's where it's indisputable. The court also held, those 5 judges, also held that all of this unlimited billions that they were letting loose into our politics would be transparent, that voters would know who was behind the money. Well, in 2024, $1.9 billion in money was spent in elections that we don't know who's behind. That is a $1.9 billion factual rebuke to the Supreme Court Citizens United decision. It simply isn't true. So that decision hangs on a false fact that was found by a court that shouldn't even be doing fact-finding, and which for 16 years, those 5 judges have scrupulously refused to correct, even as the falsity of the fact upon which their decision depended has been proven over and over and over again. I'll close by pointing to the Disclose Act, a bill that can remedy this by requiring contributions over 10 grand into a political race to be disclosed by the actual donor. No more hiding behind a 501c3 that converts to a 501c4 that sends money to a super PAC that spends it in the election. No, you go all the way back to the actual real donor. We should pass that bill. Every time we've brought it up, every Republican has voted to defend dark money, and every Democrat has voted to rid our politics of this corrupting scourge. Every time, every Republican, every Democrat. It is a clear divide, a clear difference between us, and the public is with us. The public is infuriated that big, secretive, special interests can control our politics from behind the scenes with massive dark money contributions. Last point, if you can make an enormous dark money contribution, you can threaten or promise to make an enormous dark money contribution. And those threats and promises will never be seen. It is the core of political corruption to make decisions based on secret threats and promises about massive political spending. We have to get rid of this. The decision was ill-founded, factually wrong, and needs to be corrected. I yield.
Mr. President,
Oregon.
I think my colleague, Senator Whitehouse, who has been pointing out that we have a money and politics system that is corrupting the vision of government by and for the people, and it's replacing it with government by and for the powerful. Who in America wants a governmental system designed and intended to be a reflection of ordinary citizens' desires and aspirations and opinions to simply be a country run by oligarchs, by billionaires? And yet, that is where we have arrived. And we absolutely need to change this campaign system, money in the campaigns, in order to save any possibility of a republic by and for the people. What we really have now are 2 campaign systems, one for ordinary citizens and one for the mega-rich, that gives the mega-rich extraordinary power. Now, if you or I make a donation to a candidate, well, first of all, there's a cap on it of several $1,000s. Now, I know nobody in my blue-collar community donates several $1,000s to a campaign, but there are upper middle-income families that do donate thousands of dollars, but it is thousands, not millions, not tens of millions. And it's completely disclosed. You can look up who gave to the candidate. It's disclosed. It's capped. That's the system for ordinary Americans. But then there's the system for the powerful that every single Republican in this chamber keeps voting to defend. It's called the dark money system. There is no cap on the amount that can be donated. There is no public disclosure to the American people. The Supreme Court created this dual system saying, you know, a cap on money to the candidate, well, that could produce a conflict of interest or an appearance of corruption, so you can cap it. But if you give it to the friend of the candidate to run a parallel campaign, well, that's suddenly whitewashed or washed clean and no influence on the candidate. The candidate probably won't even know about it. Well, everyone knows that is complete fallacy. Complete and totally. Somebody gives $10 million to the friend of the candidate to run a parallel campaign. The candidate knows that that's happening. They see the ads. They hear about the source. Even that parallel campaign, they can still share staff. I mean, there's no real division between them. So that was a completely phony distinction created by the court to create a system of corporate and billionaire power in America. And as my colleague pointed out, in the context of climate, we saw a radical change immediately. Well, the growth in dark money has been stunning. Because there's so much money among the oligarchs and billionaires, they want to spend it to create laws that favor the oligarchs and billionaires. And they are spending at an extraordinary rate. Now, 6 years ago, it was about $300 million. That's a lot of money. But according to the Brennan Center article from May 7th, and I ask unanimous consent to insert this into the record. Thank you. Dark money hit a record high of $1.9 billion in the 2024 races. That's a six-fold increase in 6 years. That's the rich and powerful buying their government. It is an absolute travesty. No one in our founding community of our nation who wrote the Declaration of Independence, who wrote the Constitution, wanted to design a system where the mega rich ran the place as a cabal of elites. But that's what we have. And that's what we have to change. You know, we saw this with President Trump. On April 11th, in 2024, he met with the fossil fuel executives. He had dinner at Mar-a-Lago. His pitch was simple. In exchange for $1 billion, he told them, he promised to prioritize their preferences in the next election. Well, those fossil fuel leaders delivered hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in election spending and lobbying. And what did Trump do? He delivered for them. He gave them $18 billion in new and expanded tax breaks. Pretty good deal, huh? Hundreds of millions of dollars invested, you get $18 billion in tax breaks. And he penalized their competition. The renewable energy that's cheaper and cleaner, he put up all kinds of obstacles to favor dirty, more expensive fossil fuels. He green-lighted LNG terminals. He blocked new solar and wind. He took the United States out of the Paris climate. That's the example of how this money corrupts. So everything we're fighting for the ordinary person is being torched
Going back to your hearing.
by these mega donations. You saw the big, what Trump called his big, beautiful bill. It was really a big, ugly betrayal of American families. It proceeded to cut nutrition. It proceeded to cut health care to deliver, well, trillions of dollars of tax breaks for the richest Americans. And it even ran up the debt, $30 trillion in the next 30 years for those richest Americans. If we're going to change this, we have to change this dynamic. If we fail, we have really failed in our oath to the Constitution. I invite my Republican colleagues, start fighting for a vision of government by and for the people, not by and for the elite, oligarchs, and the billionaires. Let's save our republic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I'm here today to mark 16 years since the Supreme Court's decision in Citizens United, which opened the floodgates to unlimited special interest money in our elections. We had a campaign finance system. It wasn't perfect. It was a bipartisan effort to put some limits on things. And the problem with the way it is now, it opens it up, and it is impossible to even trace what money is coming in and where. I want to thank Senator Kelly for bringing us to the floor today to discuss such an important issue for our democracy, and my colleagues who are here today. In the 2024 federal election, secret money groups spent $1.9 billion, nearly double the amount spent just one cycle before. This undermines our democracy, shakes the public trust. Unlimited, anonymous federal spending in our elections doesn't encourage free speech. It drowns out the voices of American people who are seeking to participate. I've long supported the constitutional amendment to overturn Citizens United and restore the authority of Congress and the states to establish reasonable limits on campaign spending, and I'll keep making the case to build support for that effort. But in the meantime, there are things that we can do to make our campaign finance system stronger and more transparent. That's why I've led the effort, alongside Ranking Member Padilla, to advance common sense bills, including the Freedom to Vote Act, to shine a light on secret money and make sure Americans know who is trying to influence their vote. We came very close to passing my bill. In the last Congress, the Freedom to Vote Act would provide important new tools to rid our politics of big money and root out foreign interference. It includes the Disclose Act, which I have co-sponsored Senator Whitehouse's bill in every Congress since 2012 to end secret money in our politics. The Disclose Act also makes it harder for billionaires and others to hide their contributions by ending the use of transfers between organizations to cloak the identity of donors. And it requires organizations that spend money on political activities to disclose the true owner. The Freedom to Vote Act also includes My Honest Ads Act, the bipartisan legislation I first introduced with Senator John McCain, who we miss very much with his leadership when it comes to campaign finance. This bill would require online platforms to take steps to prevent foreign nationals from buying ads and would ensure that all online platforms disclose the buyers of digital political ads if the platform reaches 50 million or more unique U.S. visitors per month, meaning online platforms would finally have to follow the same rules that TV and radio stations already follow for political acts. It is simply insane that in one medium there are some rules and in another there is not. These changes will increase transparency while including common sense exemptions to protect the First Amendment rights of websites that are simply part of traditional media. Third, the Freedom to Vote Act would strengthen the rules banning coordination between candidates and super PACs to make sure candidates cannot evade contribution limits by working with their super PACs. Finally, the Freedom to Vote Act includes important reforms to the Federal Election Commission to improve the enforcement of our campaign finance laws. And since the Citizens United decision came down 16 years ago, new technologies have emerged that only make the need for reform more pressing. AI videos are making their way into political ads, giving dark money groups a new, cheaper tool to influence politicians and mislead the public. That's why I lead bipartisan bills to ban the use of AI to create deceptive campaign ads. That's a bill that Senator Hawley and I lead, and to require disclaimers on political ads that have content substantially generated by AI. Think about it. If they are blatantly deceptive and are not satire or parody, which is allowed by our Constitution, then they're banned. But otherwise, at least there's a label that says created by AI. That will let the voters know something's up. Maybe this isn't really the politician I love or the politician I don't love. Because whether it's a question of who is funding an ad or whether or not the content of the ad is real, voters deserve transparency. We need to end secret money in our politics to make sure the American people know that their elected officials work for them, not the wealthy and the powerful few, to make sure we have a government that works for everyone. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, I rise today with such deep concern about the state of our democracy. Why have we let the scourge of money in our politics get this bad? Why have we ignored the vast majority of Americans who want us to get it under control? Why have we ceded our democracy to the highest bidders? I'm not alone in feeling exasperated, in feeling frustrated, in being angry. As we look back at 16 years in the wake of the Citizens United decision, we should be honest with ourselves. Our politics was never truly fair. Voters were marginalized or excluded because of the color of their skin. Machines and bosses took advantage of everyday people. The powerful thought they could decide for the rest of us. But we made progress. We took steps forward. So much of it was reversed with one swoop of Citizens United. Now we are awash in money and influence, living through a politics where the new bosses hide behind a Supreme Court decision that allows them to pump unlimited money into elections without the risk of exposure or accountability. It feels overwhelming but to understand how bad the amount of money in politics has gotten, you just have to look at the numbers. According to Open Secrets, during 2008 election cycle, outside spending totaled about $574 million. 2 years later, the Citizens United decision came down. Just 2 years after that, during the next presidential election cycle, outside spending topped off at nearly $1.3 billion. And just 2 years ago, in 2024, it came close to $4.5 billion. Those numbers are disgusting. The American people are sick and tired of this, being bombarded with ads, but it's not just about that, it's worse. The American people know that they are being purposely manipulated, fed lies. And the amount of money, untraced, unaccountable, undemocratic money, is beyond comprehension. But to me, what's even more unbelievable is that it's insanely unpopular. Last year, the group Issue 1 conducted a poll of the 15th anniversary of the Citizens United decision. Nearly 80% said that unchecked spending gives rise to corruption. More than 75% said that the amount of money in politics was causing them to lose faith in democracy itself. 77% said that when we tackle big money in our politics, we make our democracy stronger. These numbers are across the political spectrum. And these numbers are borne out in survey after survey. Pew just in 2023 showed that nearly 3/4 of all Americans just want us to put limits on what can be spent. Mr. President, we live in the time of the greatest amount of distrust in our government in modern American history. Now, I decided to run for office nearly a decade ago because I saw what Citizens United did and the unchecked money in our politics was impacting. It was one of the first things I talked about on the campaign trail. It was one of the first things I pushed to introduce and spoke out about on the House floor. And every year, we've carried the fight forward to reverse it. Now, it's important for us to remember not to feel helpless. I've often said that the opposite of democracy is apathy. And too often we say that money in politics, this is a problem too big. We can't solve it. or the challenges are too entrenched, we're not going to be able to mobilize to fix it. But I just urge us on this anniversary of Citizens United to keep in mind that it doesn't have to be this way. We don't need to have a politics that is exasperating. We can have one that is empowering. We can have one where the voices of voters, not the endless bank accounts of the well-off and the well-connected, decide who represents us. And we can have a politics that restores and grows trust rather than actively degrading it. This year is the 250th anniversary of the independence of our nation. And we will be referencing that a lot in this chamber because this is our moment to free Americans from the influence of big money, to give them back their voice in a democracy. Let us come together and get it done. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The senator from New Jersey.
I want to thank Mark Kelly, Senator Mark Kelly, for bringing people to the floor to talk about, which is unequivocally the greatest threat to American democracy right now. It is the cancer that is metastasizing more and more and more. Since the Citizens United decision, I have watched how this body has seen clearly corrupt forces beginning to overrun the common sense and the will of the people, and policy more and more be bent to the whim and the will of the wealthiest of the wealthy in our country and in the world, as well as corporations, many of them multinational corporations. We are in crisis. Our nation is in crisis as more and more Americans lose trust, lose faith in our country, in our democracy, that the people that serve, the 535 members, the 100 members of the Senate, the 435 members of the House of Representatives, they feel more and more they are in it for themselves and corporations and not to do the hard work of the people. Trust is vital for a democracy to thrive. And there has been nothing more powerful in undermining that trust in the years I've been in the Senate that I've seen than the destructive force of money in our politics. We know that the decision that was made by a conservative majority of 5 justices, 3 of whom are still on the court, permitted those billionaires and corporations to pour unlimited, unchecked money into our elections, drowning out the collective voices of the people. Let me give you an example. Sobering fact. In 2024, about 44% of all the money raised to support Donald Trump came from 10 individual donors. Think about that for a second. Of the billions of dollars that were spent on this election, for the President of the United States right now, 44% of that money was contributed by 10 people. This is not just a purview of any party, though. This is something that is infecting our entire system. And people ask the question rightfully, what does all that influence and money buy? Well, right now we're seeing it. Individuals like Elon Musk and other billionaires are exercising an outsized influence on our party, threatening people in this body and other body to drop millions and millions of dollars against them. And to say that doesn't have an influence is wrong. Unlimited corporate cash literally buys policies that put even more money in the pockets of the wealthiest, allows them to rig the system to benefit them, while working class Americans more and more get a raw deal. We are seeing a virtual welfare state for the wealthiest of the wealthy in our policies that benefits and protects the wealthiest, that serves the largest corporations, that's designed to line the pockets further and further of the wealthy. It is a tax cut for corporations that we've seen in policies, while Americans and their most important issues, whether it's their health care, whether it is their ability to make a living, is further and further undermined. Citizens United has created a system where presidential pardons are pay to play, where environmental regulations that keep us safe and healthy are slashed, where corporate mergers are rubber stamped by federal regulators. 16 years now, we have seen the slow, cancerous corruption of American democracy. We've seen how folks who pay the price get outsized influence, that a small group of billionaires and corporations wield enormous power over elections and in turn over the policies that all Americans have to live under. And this has fueled what is growing to be a growing deep discontent. Ending Citizens United is wildly popular on both sides of the aisle. The majority of Americans want to see an end to this cancerous decision. Americans are sick and tired, and they're demanding that we act. I believe this body should come together in a bipartisan way to end the nightmare that has been unleashed on America by Citizens United. I know from private conversations with people on both sides of the aisle that it would be a relief not to have this outsized influence of money and power on this body. It would allow us to focus in an undeterred way on the business of the people. I'm proud to co-sponsor bills that would end this nightmare, like Democracy for All, the amendment to overturn this misguided decision. I'm proud to champion common sense reforms like the Freedom to Vote Act and, God, the Disclose Act, which just would ensure that the dark money pouring into our elections, the cancerous resources unleashed by the wealthiest of the wealthy, at least they could not pour that money in and then hide their identity. It would shine light on what is a dark, dark process. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, but particularly my Republican colleagues, to listen to the overwhelming majority of Americans who just not only want to avoid the dark, cancerous reality that Citizens United has brought to us, but are hoping and yearning for our democracy to get back to the ideals that we all share, that we pledge allegiance to, that could make this 250th anniversary of our country something truly to celebrate, that we are a nation free from this cancer, free from the dark money that's flooding our politics, that indeed we are free at last to see what can happen in an America that focuses on the people, the power of the people, and not just the power of the wealthiest. I yield the floor.
Democratic Whip.
Mr. President, I want to thank Senator Mark Kelly for bringing us together on the floor. Talk about Citizens United. Senator Kelly has the honor of representing the state of Arizona. When I was a member of the House of Representatives, I served with a congressman from Arizona named Morris Udall. He was a great guy, ran for president. He was the source of more jokes and comedy than any politician of his day. And he used to say, if you have politics in your bloodstream, only embalming fluid will replace it. I'm living proof that he was right. In 1982, I decided to run for the U.S. House of Representatives for the first time. This was after I lost 3 straight elections. My wife said this was my last chance. So I took on an incumbent in 1982 for the U.S. House of Representatives. He'd been in that seat for 22 years. But because of the quirky law in Illinois, the Democrats got to draw the map. So I got a map against the Republican incumbent, which is 40% new territory. I had a chance. And 82 was a big year for Democrats. I remember it. I still remember my fear. When I raised enough money to be a viable candidate, nobody knew for sure. The average cost of a congressional campaign in 1982 was $215,000 for a campaign to run for the U.S. House. I raised and spent, as did my opponent, $800,000 each. We set records, $800,000. If you say that today, Would you start off and wage a campaign for the House with $800,000? You'd say, well, that's just for the announcement, right? You're going to need a few more dollars if you're serious about being a candidate. The number has grown dramatically and now is in the millions for candidates for the House and for the Senate. You're looking at the last open public sponsor of public financing of campaigns. Nobody else has tackled it since I stopped introducing it. By the time I introduced it, Arlen Specter of Pennsylvania, a Republican, was my co-sponsor. We had a bipartisan bill. I still believe it's the right way to go, but it doesn't have a chance. Under the current system, has been described by my colleagues here on the floor, there's so much entrenched money that they virtually control the agenda and scare the living hell out of average individuals who don't have a fortune to spend. And that's the reality of what we face. Senator Booker is a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. It's an interesting world we live in. There is a group, I won't name their names on the floor, but it'd be easy to figure out who I'm talking about, that admonishes me regularly as the chairman and ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. I'm just not progressive enough. I'm not doing enough. This group, this influence group here in Washington, is a dark money operation. We don't know where their money's coming from. They're the reformers, this dark money operation. We now have currently a debate going on the floor about cryptocurrency. Remember what happened in the last campaign on cryptocurrency? The industry decided that they would pick out one or two Democrats and make a point that they were in the wrong position when it came to cryptocurrency. And so they spent $40 million to defeat one of our colleagues here in the Senate, and they succeeded. That's the kind of thing that happens now, $40 million. You know, that's more than a good day raising money for most candidates, but that's the reality of what we face. This decision that we face today, the Citizens United, was mindless. To say that a business has the same rights as individuals under the Constitution is a mindless conclusion. And it's no surprise, if I'm not mistaken, I'll double check, if I'm not mistaken, not a single Supreme Court justice who ruled in that case had ever stood for office, ever had a fundraiser, ever had to go through it and understand what it does to you. I think ethical reform that's meaningful requires a scandal that is earth-shattering. I'm not sure what's left by way of scandal. What's going on with corruption in this business has become almost routine. And I'm sorry to say that because so many people on both sides of the aisle are good, honest people who are public service trying to do their best. But this Citizens United decision and where we are in politics today has changed this business so much, I'm not sure we can ever reclaim the kind of idealism that we all aspire to be public servants in this institution. I thank you for drawing us to the floor today. There's a lot of work to be done. I may not be around for some of it, but I'll still remember that $800,000 when I first ran was a record. Now it's rather routine. Let's make sure that if you have politics in your bloodstream, it doesn't take embalming fluid to replace it. Let's replace it with the ideals that we all aspire to. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Kelly for bringing us down to the floor today. Hard to believe it's been 16 years since our politics were upended, since the floodgates were opened to corporate money in an unlimited way, in an anonymous way, coming into our elections. Senator Durbin, of course, has been a hero, as he mentioned, spending much of his career trying to introduce legislation, pass legislation that would put citizens in charge of our elections rather than big money. So let's just a few minutes here, because I know there's others that want to speak. I just want to make maybe 3 points. The first is to just give you the scope, if we haven't put this information on the record already, as to how things have changed. Senator Durbin was doing some of this already in referencing how little elections used to cost compared to how much they cost today. But let's just talk about, the full amount of money that's in politics today as compared to, let's say, 1976, a few years before Senator Durbin was first running for Congress. In 76, total federal election spending by candidates and committees was $160 million. In the last election, in 2024, candidates and committees together spent $15.9 billion. Okay, now, it's a long time between 76 and 2024, so let's adjust that for inflation. Adjusted for inflation, it's still 100 times more money. That is stunning. That is stunning in and of itself. But here's what makes it corrupt. What makes it corrupt is that prior to the Citizens United decision, outside groups, non-candidate groups, were spending about $144 million in elections annually. In 2024, outside groups spent $4.2 billion. When Senator Durbin was first running, he was raising money from individuals, folks that were spending $25, $100, maybe a couple $100 on campaign contributions. Individuals today make up just 16% of total spending in elections. 16%, 84% of all the spending in elections today are not done by citizens. 84% of spending are corporations and organizations. Most of that money, maybe not most, much of that money is anonymous. You have no idea where it comes from. And so let me tell you what the impact of that is. The impact of that is corruption. Let's just call it what it is. When a handful of billionaires and corporations have that much influence on our elections, and unaccountable influence, you have no idea who's spending all of that money, who's throwing these ads on TV that are being produced by PACs with innocuous-sounding names like Save Our Future, Build Our Future, This Is Our Future. The impact of that is just, it's corrupt. It's corrupt. There's a group that's being formed right now called Leading the Future, another one of these innocuous-sounding PACs. It's promising to spend $100 million in the election this fall. And it is being funded by a group of AI companies, companies that are trying to get the Congress to pass legislation to essentially give these AI companies a free ride. No protection from deep fakes, no protection from the poison they're feeding our children. They want free reign. And so they're putting up $100 million in this next election. I just did the math sitting at my desk quickly. The average individual contribution today is about $25. That's a lot of money for some people to give $25 to an election. If every single resident of my state, every single resident gave $25, that wouldn't equal the $100 million commitment that one super PAC has made to this next is because of the Citizens United decision. Because that decision allows those companies that are swimming in money right now to be able to write an unlimited check into this next election. And so you can understand why people feel powerless today, why people feel like this whole system is rigged. Because even if they give $25, it just doesn't make a difference when a handful of companies can, with the snap of their fingers, muster $100 million to try to change the impact of an election on public policy. The last point I want to make is this. This fight that we're having now, in which only Democrats care about changing our campaign finance laws, in which Republicans, almost to a person, have no interest in trying to decrease the influence of corporations and billionaires in our elections, it's ahistorical. In fact, this has not historically been a particularly partisan issue, except for the last 25 years. There's a giant cult-like poster of Donald Trump on the Department of Labor that I drive by every day in and out of the Capitol. It's super creepy. The idea that we have Mao and Stalin-like banners of the President of the United States surrounding the United States Capitol. But next to the banner of Donald Trump on the Department of Labor building is a banner depicting the image of Teddy Roosevelt. And I guess it's an attempt by the president to draw an equivalency between himself and Teddy Roosevelt. That's a stretch. But Teddy Roosevelt was a Republican who, in the wake of a pretty minor scandal, in 1904 when a couple companies sent secret checks to his campaign and to other Republican campaigns, came to Congress and said, we got to ban corporate money from elections. He had trouble getting Republicans to do it at first, so he reached out across the aisle and worked with a particularly vile Democrat, a guy by the name of Benjamin Pitchfork Tillman, just a bad, bad guy. Actually, our Rule 19, which we use against each other occasionally to try to settle the tone of debate, it's in our rules because of Benjamin Pitchfork Tillman. Anyway, Roosevelt, a Republican, Tillman, a Democrat, got together and said, let's ban corporations from being able to influence our elections. That's the Tillman Act that was the law of the land in practice until the Citizens United decision. For 100 years until that decision, Republicans and Democrats actually worked together pretty well to say, you know what, the people should be in charge, not corporations. That wasn't a partisan idea. It is now, unfortunately. And so I'm grateful to Senator Kelly for bringing us down to the floor to talk about the way that our citizens feel like they don't have power, the way that the Citizens United decision has left our voters feeling like the game is rigged. But it is kind of sad that it is only Democrats down here talking about the impact that that decision has had on the influence of corporations and billionaires in our politics. For a long time, Republicans cared about trying to make sure that our democracy was fair. That's not the case any longer. Thank you, Senator Kelly, for allowing us to come down and have this discussion.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
We are here on the floor of the Senate today to discuss the War Powers Resolution, to discuss the recent war activities in Venezuela. And yet there still is a debate. Some say there's not a war. Some say there is a war. Some say we won't know for a while if there is a war or isn't a war. Last year we had this debate. The junior senator from Texas came forward and he presented a War Powers Resolution for Gaza. He said that President Biden's decision to send U.S. troops in to build a beachhead, to build a pier, was sending them into a war zone. Interestingly, every Republican senator at that time voted for a point of order or against a point of order, and the point of order said no hostilities exist. The point of order at the time said Gaza is not a war. And every Republican voted against that point of order because every Republican considered that Gaza was a war zone and that the War Powers Resolution applied. Fast forward to today, the proposition that the majority of Republicans will put forward is a point of order saying there isn't a war in Venezuela. So they all believed that there was a war in Gaza, but they all now believe that there's not a war in Venezuela. Now, there are arguments, I think, actually for both being war. In Gaza, the troops that were building the beachhead were fired on multiple times. So I would think U.S. troops under fire sounds a bit like you're putting them into a war. Now we have a situation in Venezuela where hundreds of troops were sent in, dozens and dozens of pilots and planes were sent in. You bombed a nation's capital. You had extraordinary rendition of the nation's president. And now we have a blockade involving hundreds of ships and thousands of sailors. But that's not a war. So this is somewhat boggling to the mind that almost every Republican senator believed there was a war when a few soldiers were shot at in Gaza trying to build a pier. I agreed with them. I think that was putting U.S. troops into war. But now every Republican, not every Republican, virtually all the Republican senators who believe that it was a war in Gaza now believe it's not a war in Venezuela. Now, some of them on the quiet will tell you, well, it was a war, but it's all over. It's all done. Yeah, we're not going to quibble. We really weren't arresting somebody. It wasn't a drug arrest. It was a war. It was a mini war, but it's all over. So the War Powers Resolution doesn't apply because the war is over. And yet, we still have an entire military blockade of a country, and that's not a war. This is a real question. So we have been given a legal opinion by the current administration, and we had one of their assistant attorney generals come in and explain to us why this is not a war. And you have to realize this is an important part of the debate, because if it is a drug bust, it's not a war. So they've told us this is really just a drug bust. We had to bomb the entire Capitol. We had to remove all their air defense. We have an armada of 20,000 ships and hundreds of airplanes flown from all over the world, but it really was just a drug arrest. It really isn't a war. But this young man came into us and he explained to us that we probably don't know yet whether it's a war. And the way we will know it's a war is by the scope, the extent, and the duration, including how many people die in the war. So the problem we have, though, is the Constitution gives us the power to initiate war, to declare war. But if we don't know if it's a war until after all the people die, and we add up how many people die, and then they call it a constitutional war because a lot of people died, wouldn't it then be a little bit late to vote on initiating the war? See, this is an enormous debate. This is an important debate, and this should not be sloughed over as, oh, no big deal, the war's already over. Well, we actually don't even know if the war's already over. We are under a blockade. The current administration has said they will send troops back in if they need to. They've said they'll send troops into other countries if they need to. The blockade is said to be, oh, we're going to control the ships and we're going to sell the oil and then we're going to run. We're in charge. It's our oil. We're going to be in charge of Venezuela. But that sounds to me like a military blockade, a long-term military blockade, and I don't know how we argue that that's not war. But the position of the administration, and probably the position of other presidential administrations, because this isn't really and shouldn't be Republican versus Democrat. This should be legislative prerogative versus presidential prerogative, and it should be about the Constitution. The Constitution specifically, thoughtfully vested the power of initiating war and declaring war to Congress. They talked about it. They talked about it in the Constitutional Convention. They wrote about it in the Federalist Papers. And from Hamilton to Jefferson, the spectrum of our founding fathers concluded they didn't want the president to have this power. They said the initiation, the declaration of war shall be vested by the Constitution in the legislature. So what we have is an elaborate song and dance. They know that declaration of war resides here. They know initiation of war, so they argue first that it's not war, it's a drug bust. But then they say, well, internationally, people say it probably is a war. So in case you think it's a war, we're going to tell you that it's not really a war because we won't know if it's a war till it's over. We don't know, we'll tell you more about, we'll know when the war is over whether it actually was a war and whether we should have voted to initiate war when the war is over, depending on how many people die. And then they say, well, we're going to look at the scope, extent, and duration of the war, but since we don't know what that is, we're going to guess based on what the policymakers say. And they say that right now they're not going back in, so we don't have to vote on whether or not we're going to war with Venezuela. This to me is an absurdity. It is logic that runs in circles, and it doesn't get us any closer to where we need to be. The reason the Founding Fathers gave this power to the legislature is because they wanted to make war less frequent. They wanted to make war hard to initiate. They wanted to see war more as a defensive notion, not as an offensive enterprise. During the debate over whether Gaza was a war, the resolution was introduced by the junior senator from Texas, And virtually every Republican voted for it. Interestingly, Marco Rubio voted for it. The Secretary of State actually voted to say that the war in Gaza, where troops were being shot at that were building a pier, was a war. But now things seem to have reversed, and all of those who thought Gaza was a war, where there were some shots being fired at the people trying to build a pier, which would, by many people's interpretation, be a lot less than an entire invasion of a capital and the removal of a president and a blockade of an entire country. Every Republican in this body, including the current Secretary of State, voted that Gaza was a war. In making the arguments that Gaza was a war, the junior senator from Texas expressed the reality that the Senate had abdicated its constitutional responsibility. So at that time, the junior senator from Texas argued that Gaza was a war. He said, "Over recent decades, we have seen the Senate hand away much of our responsibility on foreign policy and national security to the executives. That is contrary to the design of our Constitution, and it is frankly harmful to the Senate and harmful to this country." I couldn't agree more. But I don't understand how it was harmful when we were talking about Gaza, and it's no longer harmful when we're talking about arguably a much greater military incursion into a country. It seems as if, and I know this would be shocking to people, that there's some partisanship here, that there's a different definition of war under Democrats than there is under Republicans. My colleague from Texas went on to highlight the flagrant hypocrisy of both parties, saying on the Senate floor, "Far too often, the Senate has stepped out of our historic role in foreign policy and said, whatever the president wants, we, the Senate, aren't going to say anything about it. When there is a Republican president, Democrats suddenly discover their voice and say, hey, the Senate ought to say something. But when it's a Democrat president, it seems no matter how incoherent and disastrous the foreign policy from the Democrat president, the Democrat senators don't want the Senate to exercise its authority." I would argue today is evidence that both sides are guilty of this. I would argue that if Gaza was a war, the bombing of the Venezuelan capital and the removal of the president and the blockade of an entire country might qualify as a war. If a few soldiers shooting at our soldiers who are trying to build a temporary pier or a temporary port in Gaza is war, which every Republican in the body voted for, certainly they must think that invasion of a capital is a war, that removing a president is war, or that blockade of a country. So even though the first incursion, the first invasion may well be over, is the blockade of a country not a war? Are we not at war when we have a military blockade of a country? The American people are sick and tired of their elected officials disregarding the Constitution when their party is in power and then becoming ardent defenders of the Constitution when the opposing party is in power. Each of us took an oath to the Constitution to defend it. That applies at all times, not just when it's politically convenient. Congress maintains our constitutional duty to debate matters of war. Playing politics when the lives of our brave service members are on the line and our country is at risk of being entangled in yet another foreign conflict is an inexcusable dereliction of duty. At this point, I think we need to have a fulsome debate. A debate in our country, a debate in the Senate over what war is. But I think anyone who accepts the ludicrous notion that they will tell you what war is after the war is over should not be treated seriously. How can we do our duty? How can we do our duty to initiate and declare war if we don't know what war is until it's over? If after the war we can count the casualties and there were a significant amount of casualties, or the incursion took a significant amount of time, then there is war. Or some will say, well, we can just defund the war. Well, you know what? It's never happened. Find me the senator or congressman who wants to vote against money for our troops who are being shot at. It is very difficult to stop funding a war once we start because a nation's patriotism rises up naturally. The time to start a war is before it gets started. But if they're telling you they define war by how many casualties there are. You got to wait till the war is over to determine whether it was a war, to determine whether we should initiate the war. This is an absurdity. Both parties, really frankly, have been guilty of hypocrisy on this. But the order today that we will be voting on is whether or not the point of order says that this is not a war. Well, invasion of another country, blockading of a country, and removing another country's leader, to my mind, clearly is war, and I will vote against this point of order.
Senator from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. To my colleagues, last week the Senate agreed to discharge our bipartisan war powers resolution from the Foreign Relations Committee so that we could finally, after months, debate military action against Venezuela and Venezuelans on the floor of the Senate, and not just allow the administration to wage combat on its own with no information shared except in classified settings. I thank my colleagues, two of whom are here on the floor today, who voted for this resolution. They did not vote to rebuke a president, although for some reason he's chosen to see it that way. Instead, they voted to uphold a basic constitutional principle that we should not be waging offensive hostilities without a debate and vote in Congress. As I described last week, the reason for that principle is clear. Don't send our sons and daughters into military hostilities without the debate and vote in Congress that would put the thumbprint of the nation's leadership on the validity of the mission. I believed that today we were going to have a debate about the War Powers Resolution, possibly consider amendments to it, and then hold a vote on final passage. But I now learn that some want to foreclose the possibility of a debate and allow the president to carry out this unauthorized campaign with no public debate and no vote. And they are apparently preparing a parliamentary move to deprive our resolution of the privileged status given it under the War Powers Resolution and thus shut debate down. First, an effort to declare this resolution not privileged, apparently by arguing that the campaign in and against Venezuelans is not hostilities, is something that the House has actually been doing, but the Senate should not emulate. Some of you remember that the Senate has passed a number of resolutions against President Trump's unilateral tariff taxes that are privileged. They're also privileged, or they used to be in the House, but the House was so afraid to even have a debate or vote about this matter that they used a procedural parliamentary trick to turn off the privilege. I don't think that is worthy of emulation by the greatest deliberative body in the world. We shouldn't be afraid to debate and discuss anything, especially matters of war and peace. Second, an argument that the Venezuela campaign is not imminent hostilities within the meaning of the War Powers Resolution is a violation of every reasonable meaning of that term. Let's begin with a boat campaign against boats with Venezuelans on it starting on September 2nd that have now killed more than 100 designated combatants. The amassing of U.S. military assets that the president calls an armada in and around Venezuela. The president's authorization of covert action in Venezuela. The United States military's use in the interdiction of oil from Venezuela. The attack over 2 weekends ago to seize the Venezuelan president, President Maduro, and his wife, where more than 100 combatants were killed, where U.S. troops were injured, and now ongoing control facilitated by the United States military. The United States is determining who can govern Venezuela. We've tapped the Vice President of Venezuela and determined that she is somebody who should be the leader rather than the opposition who won an overwhelming election just a year ago. We have said we can determine when Venezuela will finally be entitled to have its own elections, saying that they're not going to be ready for that for some long period of time. We're seizing the nation's primary economic asset, its oil. We are deciding how the oil revenues, every penny of the oil revenues of this nation should be spent, and President Trump is even saying that he gets to determine which United States companies can even invest in the Venezuelan oil economy. And it's all being done with the active participation of the United States military. The U.S. military assets in place around Venezuela are, as President Trump said, an armada. 16,000 U.S. personnel, this is open source reporting as of 2 days ago, arrayed around Venezuela. The USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, Carrier Air Wing 9, the USS Winston Churchill, the USS Bainbridge, and the USS Mahan. The Iwo Jima Amphibious Readiness Group, which includes the USS Fort Lauderdale, the USS San Antonio, and the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit. The USS Thomas Hudner, DDG-116, the USS Stockdale, DDG-106, the USS Lake Erie, CG-70, the USS Gettysburg, CG-64, the USS Wichita, LCS-13, the USNS Waters, the USNS Joseph Humphreys, and the USNS Kanawha. And that's in addition to air assets that are arrayed all around the region that have been used and are likely to be used in the future. Everything that's being done to control Venezuela, its politics, and its economy are being facilitated by the United States military. But it's more than assets in place. Operation Southern Spear, the boat strikes of Venezuelan boats in international waters, is still being carried out by the United States military. The United States military is engaged in a naval blockade of Venezuela, transit out and transit in. Would we think that was an act of war if Russia was blockading the United States and not allowing commerce to come into or out of our ports? The U.S. military is engaged in active interdiction of Venezuelan oil in the Pacific and the Caribbean and elsewhere in the world, and the United States is threatening future military action. President Trump said about the Vice President Rodriguez, if she didn't act well, she would have a fate worse than President Maduro. President Trump was going to do a second invasion last Friday that he called off after our vote Thursday afternoon, threats of future invasion. If this is not imminent hostilities, with the death now of more than 200 combatants, with U.S. troops injured, with an armada arrayed around, and a naval interdiction of oil and a blockade of this country's economy, it would violate every reasonable meaning of this term, and to pretend otherwise would weaken the respect that this institution should aspire to. Finally, Mr. President, to my colleagues, there's been some recent correspondence between the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Risch of Idaho, and the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, that basically underline my point. Some Senate colleagues wanted to use this procedural maneuver today, and they felt that it would help if they could have a clear definition or description from the administration that the military operation is over. And so, Mr. President, I have the letter here that Senator Risch wrote to the President of the United States yesterday, and he asked two simple questions. First, provide Congress with an official correspondence confirming that Operation Absolute Resolve has ended. First request. And second, specify that, quote, U.S. military personnel are no longer involved in hostilities in Venezuela. Two simple questions. I don't know that those questions would have been sufficient for me, but apparently Senator Risch thought if he could get yes answers to both of those questions, it would be sufficient for him. Senator Rubio sent a response today and would not answer yes to either of the questions. The letter from Senator Rubio, dated earlier today, January 14, very explicitly does not say that Operation Absolute Resolve is over. He was asked to say it had ended. He would not say that it's ended. How could it be ended when the president is still threatening other sanctioned and indicted Venezuelan officials with a fate worse than Maduro's if they don't meet the U.S. standards. So in this letter, which my colleagues sought to justify their vote on this parliamentary maneuver that's coming up, Senator Rubio would not specify that the absolute resolve is ended. Well, how about the second question? Please specify that U.S. military personnel are no longer involved in hostilities in Venezuela. Secretary Rubio would not say that either. I quote, "There are currently no U.S. armed forces in Venezuela." He didn't say U.S. forces aren't involved in hostilities in or against Venezuelans, because he couldn't say that with the interdiction, with the blockade, with the boat strikes. And so even the effort of my colleagues to try to find a parliamentary escape hatch, oh, there's no hostilities, and a softball set of 2 questions to the Secretary of State to justify their position produced a response where he would not agree that the operation is over, the military operation, and he would not agree that the U.S. is now not in hostilities in or against Venezuela. This is the 3rd vote we've had on Venezuela in the last 3 months. Only now does the administration and its supporters make the claim that there are no hostilities. They didn't make that claim in the first 2 months as the Armada was amassing, as we were killing people on open waters, as we were committing to covert action, as we were preparing and practicing for an invasion. They knew that it was hostilities, and that's why they didn't challenge it. But only now, on the 3rd vote, are they challenging whether this is or is not hostilities. And they're doing so to avoid public debate. That's the reason they're doing this. If this cause and if this legal basis were so righteous and so lawful, the administration and its supporters would not be so afraid to have this debate before the public in the United States Senate. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to avoid a parliamentary gag rule on discussion of this military operation and support the bipartisan War Powers Resolution. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from California.
Mr. President, this year our nation will celebrate its 250th birthday. 250 years in which our country has built on the foundation that is our Constitution. The framers could not conceive of exactly what the future would bring, but they did anticipate a great deal, in significant part because they could count on some of the immutable characteristics of human nature, of institutions, of communities, like the attraction of the accumulation of power, and how, unless that gravitational force is counterbalanced, one institution or one man can come to dominate the life of a country. One power in particular concerned our founders, and that was the power to make war. They had seen and been the victims of a monarch who had used the power of war against them, and so they made the radical decision, so contrary to all the precedent at the time, not to invest such a vital attribute of state sovereignty in the executive, but to grant the power to declare war to Congress. In April 1798, a future President James Madison wrote to another future President Thomas Jefferson, underscoring the danger and the decision. He said, "The Constitution supposes what the history of all governments demonstrates is that the executive is the branch of power most interested in war and most prone to it. It has accordingly, with studied care, vested the question of war in the legislature." Most prone to it. Words written more than 200 years ago and so fitting for today, when in but his first year in office, the president has used military power in Iran, Nigeria, Syria, Yemen, and most significantly in Venezuela. After months of escalating military action against boats in the southern Caribbean, after amassing a massive military armada on the doorstep of a foreign nation, the administration dispatched American service members to invade and arrest the corrupt leader of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro. Military action that we were repeatedly told would never come to pass by a president who promised to avoid starting new foreign wars, engaging in nation building, or conducting regime change operations. This operation was not about narcotics, nor was it about democracy. It was about oil. The military occupation in Venezuela captured the country's corrupt dictator, but has left the corrupt drug-running regime in place instead of turning over the reins of governance to that country's legitimately elected leadership of Maria Corina Machado and Edmundo Gonzalez. And now our president has committed to running Venezuela for years in order to exploit its oil resources. Today we have the opportunity to exercise the power bestowed on us by our framers to authorize the use of force or to decline to do so, but to reassert some constraint on an executive grown too fond of the use of military power. We took the first step last week when a bipartisan majority of this body voted to set before the Senate a war powers resolution on Venezuela. That was a strong bipartisan signal that this chamber was unwilling to let the war powers of this body atrophy to the point where they are no more substantial than air. Now we're on the precipice of that debate, whether we should again risk the lives of our service members to procure access to another nation's oil, and the American people should see us weighing that cost. The president has threatened the possibility of additional strikes in Venezuela if Venezuela does not, quote, behave. And by behave, I think we have to acknowledge that the behavior the president expects is for that country to share access to its oil wealth with American oil companies. Now, many of those companies are dubious about investing in Venezuela. Some believe it would take years or more than a decade to make that profitable. Whether it makes good business sense to them is their decision. But whether we use the military might of the United States of America to safeguard their investment is our decision. And I say it is not worth risking the lives of our troops. There are some deeply important questions as to the use of American military power that are implicated in this debate, questions that deserve answers. Will we see years of American gunships parked off of Venezuela as part of some new amorphous Don Road doctrine? How do we expect to run another country of more than 20 million people? Will U.S. forces be used to protect oil infrastructure in Venezuela? Will our president continue to stand by the illegitimate regime that Maduro's capture has left in place? Or will we support the outcome of the last election in which Maduro's opposition was triumphant? Are we better off spending the nation's time, our nation's time and taxes on Venezuela, or should we spend them at home to bring down costs and address the affordability crisis? Our service members and their families deserve answers to these questions before we ask any service member to put their lives on the line. Let us make sure they get those answers. Let us have this debate. Let us move beyond a parliamentary point of order designed to hide from the American people the cost of our military involvement in Venezuela, the continuing cost of it. Let's have the fulsome debate that deserves, because at the center of this debate is a question of whether we want to risk our service members' lives in order to secure the oil resources of another country. I do not believe it is worth doing so, but let those who believe that it is worth the risk, the danger to our service members and their families, let them come to the Senate floor and make that argument. Let us have this debate. Let's not hide behind some parliamentary maneuver to even avoid a conversation here. There hasn't been a single hearing in committee, open hearing on this subject, not a fulsome debate over the use of our military power. Let us do so now. Mr. President, I yield back.
I recognize the Democrat leader.
Mr. President, the need for this resolution is simple. It is clear. the American people do not support another forever war with Venezuela. The American people don't want Donald Trump sending our troops into harm's way without so much as a debate in Congress. Today, the Senate has a chance to move forward on asserting Congress's constitutional authority on matters of war and peace. We can tell Donald Trump, enough with foreign adventures. It is time to focus on lowering costs here at home. That's what the American people want. This resolution is necessary right now because Donald Trump has made clear what happened in Venezuela is not a one-and-done operation, not at all. Last week, the New York Times asked him, are we going to be there a month, 6 months, a year? And you know what his answer was? Donald Trump said, I would say much longer. He said, we want to give money to Venezuela. Here we are. People don't have enough money for health care, for housing, for so many other things. And we want to give money to Venezuela? How is that America first? And Trump threatened further military action if the current government doesn't cooperate with the United States. Now, the administration is trying to concoct an argument that we're not engaged in hostilities, but that's absurd. Anyone, you don't have to be a great expert on military affairs to know that we are heavily engaged. Donald Trump says we're not engaged in hostilities. Tell that to the 16,000 U.S. service members currently deployed in the Caribbean. Tell that to our service members on the Force Carrier Strike Force. Look at the Marine Expeditionary Unit operating in the region. Donald Trump is turning the Caribbean into a dangerous powder keg, and Congress must rein him in before one mistake ignites a larger, more unstable conflict. So the Senate needs to exert its constitutional role when it comes to the use of military force. I know that there are Senate Republicans acting in good faith who are worried about Venezuela getting out of hand. I urge them to reject this point of order, to provide a necessary backstop, a necessary check, a necessary guardrail on executive power. It's the right thing to do for the American people. That means no more forever wars, no more military escapades without congressional authorization, no more tens of billions to prop up foreign regimes while families, American families, struggle right here at home. I want to thank Senator Kaine. I want to thank Senator Schiff. I want to thank Senator Paul for joining with me in this very necessary resolution. And of course, I thank our great chair of the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee for his good work as well. Yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last week, this body advanced a war powers resolution to rein in President Trump's unauthorized military actions in Venezuela. This week, we will vote on final passage, and I urge my colleagues to support it. It is important to recall how we arrived here. What happened on January 3rd, the military raid in Caracas, the capture of Nicolas Maduro, and the President's declaration that the United States will run Venezuela and seize its oil, was not an isolated incident. It was a culmination of a months-long campaign built on dubious legal arguments, institutional failures, and Congress's willful abdication of our constitutional duties. For months, my colleagues and I warned that President Trump's military campaign against the alleged drug boats was strategically incoherent and legally questionable. We warned that the massive military buildup was not about narcotics trafficking. We warned that this campaign was always directed at military action against Venezuela. At every turn, this body had the opportunity to exercise oversight and demand accountability. And at every turn, we failed to do so. Now, we must correct that failure. President Trump began laying the foundation for this operation, all the operations in Venezuela, the moment he was sworn in. On his first day in office, he designated multiple drug cartels as terrorist organizations. Shortly thereafter, he ended temporary protective status for some 350,000 Venezuelan migrants and authorized holding some at the naval station at Guantanamo before deportation. On March 15th, the president invoked the Alien Enemies Act, a wartime authority that had not been used since World War II, and declared that Tren de Aragua, or TDA, was a cartel plotting to invade and actively invading the United States as a, quote, invading force. He did this despite a National Intelligence Council assessment in April of 2025 that concluded the Venezuelan government was not directing an invasion of the United States by TDA. It would not be the last time President Trump's disregarded the law and the facts to achieve his policy goals. Also, by last summer, it was clear that in addition to Secretary Hegseth, Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller and Secretary of State Marco Rubio were engaged in planning these various proposed operations, and their personal agendas converged. Their goal was ultimately to destabilize and depose Maduro and secure access to Venezuelans' oil reserves. Over the summer and fall, the Department of Defense flowed massive military assets into the Caribbean. The Iwo Jima Amphibious Raiding Group, the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit, attack submarines, P-8 Poseidon aircraft, Aegis destroyers, F-35 fighter jets, and eventually the USS Gerald R. Ford carrier strike group. The administration never explained why this buildup was necessary, other than vague references to drug interdiction. It was clear then, and it is perfectly clear now, that they were preparing for an attack on Venezuela. By late summer, President Trump had signed a secret directive ordering the Pentagon to conduct maritime strikes on drug boats. Secretary Hegseth then signed an execute order, or exord, directing lethal military strikes against alleged drug boats. He has refused to submit that exord to Congress, despite legal requirements for him to do so. By not following a statutory requirement to submit these exords to the Congress, Secretary Hegseth and the President are breaking the law. On September 2nd, the U.S. military carried out its first strike, killing 11 individuals on an alleged drug boat. Additional strikes continued throughout the fall and winter, and to date, the U.S. military has conducted 35 known strikes, killing on the legality, did not have access to this controlling legal opinion by the Department of Justice. They didn't get access to it until November, long after many of these strikes took place. Now, the legal foundations of this campaign and the operations that President Trump is engaged in became extraordinarily tenuous during the September 2nd strike. According to numerous public reports, after the initial attack, 2 survivors were left floating on the wreckage of their boat, miles from land. The United States had complete control of the skies and waters for miles around. And yet, after monitoring these survivors on video for the better part of an hour, or at least 40 some odd minutes, the order was given to fire lethal rounds at these survivors. Now, even if one accepts the President's determination that we are in an armed conflict with cartels, the Geneva Convention still applies. Article 12 of the Second Geneva Convention defines, quote, shipwrecked persons as those, quote, in peril at sea or in other waters from any cause. The U.S. Navy Commander's Handbook on the Law of Naval Operations makes clear that, quote, following each naval engagement at sea, belligerents are obligated to take all possible measures to search for and rescue the shipwrecked, close quote. The Department of Defense Law of War Manual states that members of the armed forces must refuse to comply with clearly illegal orders, including law of war violations. It even provides a definition and example to avoid confusion. I quote, for example, orders to fire upon the shipwrecked would be clearly illegal. That is our law. That is the manual of the Department of Defense. The administration has released video of all of these attacks except this one, and I think it would be helpful to the public, to all of us, to make that video available. Now, as we all know, on January 3rd, this campaign reached a climax. U.S. forces conducted airstrikes to neutralize anti-aircraft systems, carried out cyber operations to shut down power in Caracas, and executed a helicopter assault on the presidential compound to seize Maduro and his wife. And the tactical success of this mission is a testament to their capabilities and also the incredible courage and quality of the men and women of our armed forces. However, military skill is not the same as strategic wisdom. Executing a successful raid does not constitute a plan for governing a nation. Indeed, alleviating the plight and misery of the Venezuelan people appears nowhere in the administration's stated plans for the future of Venezuela. Instead, President Trump announced that the U.S. was, quote, going to run the country, close quote, and seize control of Venezuelan oil production. He stated that, quote, we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to. So the possibility of hostilities certainly still exists in the president's mind. And he expects to be involved in Venezuela for years to come. This is not really a plan, it's an aspiration. And even the experts in the oil industry suggest that it is not one that is feasible at this moment. Under international law, the raid on January 3rd violates Article 2.4 of the United Nations Charter, which prohibits the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity of political independence of any state. The United States is bound by treaty to follow the United Nations Charter. The Constitution makes treaties part of the supreme law of the land, and the President is bound by his oath to ensure that laws are faithfully executed. The administration, however, seems to have determined that it can ignore the supreme law of the land because it claims it was simply enforcing the law. That is wrong and cynical, and we're in a situation where the President continues to assert that we can use hostilities at any time. In fact, on January 9th, he said, we are not afraid of boots on the ground. Let me, for a moment, point out another great hypocrisy that has arose in this situation. This all began as a way to prevent drugs from reaching this country and affecting families throughout this country. The President was standing up and down, shouting about how he's gotten rid of fentanyl. Of course, fentanyl does not come out of this area of the world. But this is one of the interesting things that happened just last night. President Trump canceled $2 billion in grants for the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. These were grants intended to fund overdose prevention, to work in communities, to provide life-saving reference to drugs or referrals to drugs, to fund treatment for people with opioid addiction. These are the very programs that put people on a path towards long-term recovery, that avoid death through drugs. And the Trump administration was prepared to commit billions of dollars to attack in Venezuela, but take it from those people who are suffering from drug addiction in the United States. It is our duty to ensure that the United States engages in armed conflict only after the approval of Congress. This body has every opportunity up to now to demand accountability, and too many of us refuse. The President has flouted the law, and we have failed our duty to correct it. So we must, I think, vote for this resolution. It is our responsibility. It is the oath we took, and it's the oath tonight we must follow. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I rise today to raise a point of order on the War Powers Resolution before the Senate, which I reserve the right to do at the close of my remarks and after Senator Kaine moves to move the matter forward. I understand many of the sentiments people have about war powers and the balance between Congress and the President. There is truly clear tension between the branches in the Constitution on this matter. And of course, that has reared its head many, many times during the existence of our country. Putting U.S. troops in hostility is an incredibly serious matter. These are American lives on the line, and we should not expose them to danger unless there are vital national interests, and of course, we should not ask them to engage in endless wars. We're not debating those issues here today. What we are debating is trying to stop something that is not happening. Let me say that again. The objective of this resolution is to stop something that is not happening. The resolution is relatively short, 3 pages long. It's full of the usual whereas, wherefores, et cetera, et cetera. But this is the operative language, very clear. Congress hereby directs the President to terminate the use of United States Armed Forces for hostilities within or against Venezuela. That's what we're voting on today. We are attempting to direct the President to terminate the use of United States Armed Forces for hostilities within or against Venezuela. Only Congress could dream this up. Now, I know there's a lot of people here that think this is a very powerful institution, and it is indeed. But even this institution cannot stop something that isn't happening. And that's exactly what the resolution directs the President to do. Currently, there are no U.S. forces engaged in hostilities in Venezuela. The President did authorize actions that were limited in scope, short in duration, and done to protect U.S. interests and citizens. The operation only saw 200 troops, and they were inside Venezuela on Venezuela's soil for less than 2 hours. Those troops engaged with some unfortunate Cuban guards who are no longer with us for 27 minutes. That's what this was made up of. It was incredibly brief, targeted, and very successful. The War Powers Act requires the President to submit a report to Congress within 48 hours of, quote, introducing U.S. forces into hostilities. The President did that. If U.S. troops stay in hostilities, the President is required to submit reports to Congress periodically, is the word used. Sadly, the War Powers Act never required the President to submit a report to Congress when hostilities ended. It should have been in the bill, it wasn't. For this reason, I sent a letter to the President asking him to confirm that there are no U.S. forces engaged in hostilities in Venezuela. Now, I knew that. You all knew that. You were all in the briefing when we got it. However, since this was raised and people were trying to stop something that isn't happening, I asked the President of the United States to confirm that it's not happening. And obviously, they responded, the administration responded, and said clearly that there are no hostilities and no troops in Venezuela. I submit for the record both my letter to the President and the response confirming the operation has ended, it's over, there's no troops there, there is nothing to terminate. There are no U.S. forces in hostilities. Now, I know some of my colleagues will argue that a vote for this resolution is a prospective statement about limiting future action in Venezuela. That's not what it says. They argue we still have ships in the Caribbean, and clearly the President is ready to invade again, they say. But, again, that is not what the resolution says. It says cease the hostilities that are going on. No language in this resolution addresses future action. And, indeed, the War Powers Act doesn't allow that unless there are ongoing hostilities. As we have seen in the days since the operation, the administration is enforcing U.S. sanctions and seizing vessels that are violating them. Many of those sanctions were created by the laws passed by senators voting here today. And the War Powers Act has no binding authority to constrain the President's commander-in-chief powers before U.S. forces are put into hostilities. Nothing in the Act does that, nor does the Constitution allow it. If the President was to deploy U.S. forces again, the administration has committed they would require, as is required by law, to send a new report under the law, and Congress could then act. That is the law. Let me be clear. No Republican, no President, Republican or Democrat, will ever consider a prospective war powers resolution vote as binding on the President's constitutional Article II powers as Commander-in-Chief, and they shouldn't. Having 535 commanders-in-chief is a really, really bad idea, and our founders knew that. President Trump is laser-focused on protecting American interests while also avoiding costly and life-threatening conflicts. The recent actions in Venezuela were limited in scope, short in duration, and done to protect U.S. interests and citizens. What President Trump has done in Venezuela is the definition of the President's Article II constitutional authorities as Commander-in-Chief. Similarly, President George H.W. Bush authorized limited military operations to arrest and bring Panama's Manuel Noriega to the United States to stand trial for drug-related charges. Interesting, that lasted 2 weeks, and there were thousands of troops involved, not done in a very short period of time with only a handful of troops, and the Democrats applauded President Bush for his action. For years, my Democratic colleagues have called for Maduro's removal. You heard me the other day read statements that my Democrat colleagues have said. But when President Trump actually made that happen, now they say, how dare he do this? This is TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome, at its obvious worst. I firmly believe the operation in Venezuela was a good thing. I understand some of my colleagues disagree with me, but that does not give this body the right to block the Commander-in-Chief's Article II authority and defy every law of gravity and try to stop something that isn't happening. Mr. President, I yield the floor to my friend from Virginia.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Virginia.
In a moment, I will make the motion that my colleague from Idaho mentioned, a motion to proceed to calendar 298. But I do want to just address the points that he made very briefly. My colleague from Idaho had said there is no current use of the U.S. in hostilities in Venezuela. And he's also said that the military operation, Absolute Resolve, is over. That is what he has just told this body, and he has said because of those two facts, he is making the motion that we'll hear in a moment, the inquiry. I just want to refer my colleagues to the letter exchange between Senator Risch and Secretary Rubio, because that's not what the letter say. The letters do not say what has been represented by my colleague. Let me read what Senator Risch asked the president, and let me read Senator Rubio's response. Senator Risch said, "I respectfully request that you provide Congress with an official correspondence confirming that Operation Absolute Resolve has ended and that U.S. military personnel are no longer involved in hostilities in Venezuela." Those were the two questions posed to the president. Let me read you Senator Rubio's answer. He did not confirm in his answer that Operation Absolute Resolve has ended. The letter does not mention Operation Absolute Resolve because it hasn't ended. The president himself has said that he's holding out the possibility of doing the exact same thing that he did to President Maduro to other Venezuelan officials who have been indicted by the United States. And that's why Secretary Rubio in the letter could not give an affirmative answer to Senator Risch's question. Operation Absolute Resolve is not ended. There was a second question Senator Risch asked. Confirm that U.S. military personnel are no longer involved in hostilities in Venezuela. Secretary Rubio wouldn't confirm that either. All Secretary Rubio says is there are currently no U.S. armed forces in Venezuela. What about the boat strikes? What about the naval blockade? What about the naval seizure of Venezuelan oil? Those are all hostilities under domestic and international law. They're all hostilities. And that's why Secretary Rubio, I think being intellectually honest, refused to give an affirmative answer to my colleague's question. He said there's no troops currently in Venezuela, but he would not say that the U.S. military is not involved in hostilities. So even on this record, with my colleague posing two questions to the administration, tell us the operation is over, tell us the U.S. is not involved in hostilities, the administration would do neither. And for that reason, I ask that we proceed on the path we are on to have this debate finally before the American public. And Mr. President, I therefore move to proceed to calendar item 298, Senate Joint Resolution 98.
The clerk will report.
Mr. President.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 298, Senate Joint Resolution 98, to direct the removal of United States armed forces from hostilities within or against Venezuela that have not been authorized by Congress.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I make a point of order, raise a point of order, that this joint resolution is not entitled to privilege under 50 U.S.C. 1546A due to U.S. troops not being engaged in hostilities.
The chair submits the question to the Senate for its decision. The question is the point of order well taken?
Mr. President, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer.
That's a proper way to do it.
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan.
We'll keep working.
Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven.
That's good. I like it. I like it.
Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Capito, Cotton, Crapo, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Langford, Marshall, Moreno, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Collins, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Kane, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Ossoff, Padilla, Paul, Reed, Rosen, Schiff, Smith, Warner. Mr. Justice, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Wyden, Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Rono, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Welch? No. Mr. Heinrich? No. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. McCormick? Aye.
It comes out of jail.
Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Cantwell? No. Mr. Van Hollen? No. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Alsterbrooks, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye.
Ms. Cortez Masto. No. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mrs. Britt, aye.
I trust you. Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50, the Senate being equally divided. The Vice President votes affirmative, and the point of order is sustained. Got to make sure.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, January the 15th. And following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today at the morning hour be deemed expired. The time for the 2 leaders be reserved for the use later than day. Morning business be closed and Senate resume consideration of H.R. 6938.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senator Whitehouse.
Without objection. The senator from Rhode Island.
Is the Senate presently in a quorum call?
No, we do not.
In that case, Mr. President, I am here on the floor for the 36th speech in my scheme series, calling attention to the right-wing scheme to capture our courts and justice system. It has morphed from stacking the court with billionaire-selected justices to now putting pressure on sitting judges to try to get them to do what the Trump political operation wants. It turns out that the right-wing interests don't always like it when the courts they work so hard to capture just don't deliver. Last week, the Judiciary Committee's Federal Courts Subcommittee held a hearing on impeaching rogue judges, it was called. My Republican colleagues argued that federal judges should be impeached and removed from office for ruling in ways that MAGA doesn't like. Over the past year, there's a backdrop to this, which is that federal judges and their families have been the victims of a campaign to smear and attack judges who rule against the Trump administration. It's pretty clear that many of these calls for impeachment are just a tactic in that intimidation campaign. There are some tells. Tell number one, it's rare for a senator to call for a judge's impeachment because the senator would be a juror, and it's hard to be an impartial juror later if you've already called the defendant guilty. Tell number two, impeachment isn't a remedy for judges getting decisions wrong. Appeal is that remedy, as the Chief Justice has clearly stated. Impeachment is a remedy for actual misconduct. Virtually everyone has agreed on that for almost 200 years. When senators start saying that almost 200 years of law and history is wrong, that's a pretty big hint that they may have another agenda. Tell number three, if Republicans were serious about rooting out judicial misconduct, we'd probably have gotten answers about Clarence Thomas paying his taxes. There is evidence that Justice Thomas may have broken criminal statutes. We know he failed to report on his financial disclosures more than $250,000 in income from a forgiven loan, not to mention the undisclosed boondoggles of private jet and yacht travel. Well, that raises a very obvious question. If income wasn't declared on his judicial disclosure report, did he also not report it to tax authorities? I have asked that question. Thomas has refused to answer it. Whether, when, and by whom his taxes on that income were paid are all unanswered questions. None of my Republican colleagues seem interested in that misconduct, even though ordinary people are regularly prosecuted for tax violations and false statements. Tell number four, my Republican colleagues don't seem at all interested in how their impeachment threats egg on more nefarious and dangerous threats against judges and their families. The campaign of threats, under the shadow of which the federal judiciary is now operating, is unlike any time in memory. Also, there is significant evidence that this campaign is being orchestrated. Yet the Marshal Service and our MAGA DOJ have repeatedly refused to confirm that they'd investigate for orchestration or conspiracy or enterprise. That is worth looking into. That might have been a good subject for the hearing, but that's not what it was about. Tell number five, a big one. One of the judges my Republican colleagues want to impeach, the prime target in my view, is Chief Judge James Boasberg of the D.C. District Court. Few judges have been singled out more for MAGA attacks than Chief Judge Boasberg. What are his sins? Well, he sentenced January 6 rioters who President Trump unleashed on this building 5 years ago. MAGA World has since decided that no crimes were committed that day. That's new. At the time, Senator Cruz, who called the hearing to impeach Judge Boasberg, described those crimes as a violent terrorist attack on the Capitol. That was then. The campaign against Chief Judge Boasberg very much involves the MAGA DOJ. What are his sins there? Well, first, FBI Director Patel tried to scapegoat Chief Judge Boasberg as the person stopping Patel from being honest with the Judiciary Committee about his grand jury testimony in the Mar-a-Lago classified records case. I asked him what he told the grand jury. It's black-letter law that a witness is allowed to disclose his own testimony to a grand jury. And Patel had testified before that grand jury. He did so only after he had asserted his Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination and was given immunity from prosecution. The obvious implication is that whatever Director Patel told that grand jury put him at risk of prosecution, and we wanted to know what crime Patel thinks he might have committed. Kind of relevant when he's now the director of the FBI. Director Patel lied to us in the committee that he couldn't describe his testimony based on a supposed court order from what he called the D.C. District Chief Judge. Guess who that is? Chief Judge Boasberg. Chief Judge Boasberg later exposed that lie in a related proceeding, saying that Patel could divulge the contents of his own testimony and, quote, nothing was preventing him from doing so before the committee. So he blew up Kash Patel's lie. That meant when Patel came back, he had to invent a new lie to avoid answering that question. Second, another MAGA DOJ sin. When the MAGA DOJ wanted to illegally jet people out of the country in the dark of night to a Salvadoran prison, Chief Judge Boasberg was on duty, and he ordered that stopped. This infuriated the MAGA DOJ. Then Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General Emil Bovee told DOJ lawyers that if courts stopped these deportations, they'd need to be ready to tell those judges, F you, using the full four-letter word. Chief Judge Boasberg became the target of that Bovee F you. In that matter, considerable evidence of contempt of court by DOJ officials caused Chief Judge Boasberg to notice probable cause and schedule contempt proceedings. That, I think, is the heart of this whole messy situation. One of the subjects of that contempt proceeding was now Judge Bovee. As that contempt proceeding went forward, two Trump judges on the D.C. Circuit stepped in, and they blocked that contempt hearing. They blocked it using something called administrative stay, which is a procedure that usually lasts for hours, days, at most a week or 10 days. They blocked that contempt hearing using administrative stay for 4 months. And guess what happened during that 4 months? Republicans hustled none other than Emil Bovee onto the Third Circuit Court of Appeals with no factual record from any contempt proceeding for the committee to see. Bovee's judiciary hearing was so important to MAGA that Bondi and Blanche, her deputy, came over to the hearing to give the eyeball to Republicans on the committee. Later, the administrative stay was lifted, and the full D.C. Circuit cleared Chief Judge Boasberg to resume his contempt proceedings. Well, that decision came down on a Friday. On Monday, a handful of Republican senators had sent a letter to the D.C. Circuit Chief Judge seeking District Court Chief Judge Boasberg's suspension while Republicans thought about impeaching him. cleared to proceed Friday. The letter for suspension drops Monday. The letter itself makes no sense. The judiciary just doesn't suspend judges because some random members of Congress call for impeachment. But anything goes to stop the contempt proceeding into Trump's MAGA DOJ. Adding to this, the MAGA Attorney General filed a misconduct complaint against Chief Judge Boasberg, based on a private comment he allegedly made at a private meeting of the Judicial Conference. That's an administrative body that has nothing to do with the cases judges hear. The AG and members of Congress are invited. I often attend, and its proceedings are private. So the AG's complaint was a major breach. The alleged offending comment was this, that Chief Judge Boasberg, quote, raised his colleagues' concerns that the administration would disregard rulings of federal courts leading to a constitutional crisis. If you don't see the ethics violation there, well, you're not alone. This so-called ethics complaint looks preposterous to this senator. It looks like it is a strategic device to have something to complain about to block the contempt proceeding. It gets worse. In November, Trump's personal lawyer, now the MAGA Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, went before the Federalist Society to urge what he called war against federal judges, particularly ones who are, quote, repeat players, or, quote, stop an entire operation or an entire administrative policy. He did not say Chief Judge Boasberg's name yet, but it was clear who was in the zone of his war threat. And last week's Judiciary Subcommittee hearing was not as subtle. The backdrop to last week's hearing was Republican senators breaking norms in 200 years of history to call for impeaching judges because of those judges' judicial decisions. Those same senators ignore proof of real judicial misconduct, not filing your disclosures correctly and perhaps not filing your taxes at all. They ignore completely the ongoing environment of attacks on the judiciary, which their comments obviously inflame. And of course, they're targeting a judge that MAGA DOJ is hell-bent on putting out of business so that he can't investigate their contempt. That brings me to the final tell, that this impeachment bluster is really about propping up the MAGA DOJ campaign against Chief Judge Boasberg. Here's tell number 6. Virtually none of what my Republican colleagues accused Chief Judge Boasberg of is true. Take the letter that Senator Cruz sent to Speaker Johnson last week. According to that letter, Chief Judge Boasberg, quote, targeted, end quote, Republican senators by, quote, secretly authorizing and sealing Jack Smith's grand jury subpoenas for those senators' phone records. Well, you don't have to be much of a lawyer to spot the issues here. First, judges don't authorize or seal grand jury subpoenas. Prosecutors issue those subpoenas on their own, and they file them under seal because that's the law. And Chief Judge Boasberg didn't target those senators either. People under investigation for trying to overturn the 2020 election in a case involving investigation of that criminal conspiracy called senators as a part of that conspiracy. That's how the senator's name came up, not because Jack Smith chose them. Jack Smith said it best. He did not choose those members. President Trump did. And it gets better. Chief Judge Boasberg had no way of knowing that it was senators on the other end of the toll records request. A toll records request only gives the phone number to the service provider so they can tag that phone number and then provide the requested toll records to the investigators. He would not have known whose records were in that subpoena because DOJ's practice at the time was not to disclose that information. Some Republican senators went so far as to falsely describe the subpoenas and the toll records requests as wiretaps. Chairman Grassley himself has acknowledged this was not true. The requested data were toll records showing limited information like ingoing and outgoing calls, not any contents of any calls or messages. People on the Judiciary Committee should know the difference between toll records and wiretaps. It's basic stuff. Republicans also say that Chief Judge Boasberg shouldn't have issued non-disclosure orders temporarily preventing the phone companies from telling the senators about these subpoenas. These orders were justified by a finding that if the existence of the subpoenas got out, it would probably lead to evidence tampering, witness intimidation, and interference with Smith's investigations. What Republican senators say is that it's outrageous that Chief Judge Boasberg thinks senators might interfere with an investigation. Well, that was not the problem. That is not what Chief Judge Boasberg said. What he and Jack Smith probably were worried about is not interference by Republican senators. If you listen closely to Jack Smith's House testimony, it sounds like what he was really worried about was interference by Trump and his co-conspirators. That's what makes sense. And if it became public that the senators were the subject of that subpoena, the Trump machine would go to work on them. It's that Trump conspiracy that Smith was investigating. And that conspiracy already had a pattern and practice of intimidating witnesses, tampering with evidence, and interfering in investigations. Add to that the fact that the conspirators only called Republican senators in the first place to try to pressure them to commit a crime. It's not a shocker that investigators were wary about even more pressure and interference. And by the way, we could settle this question. We don't have to speculate on what the motivation was behind those non-disclosure orders. We could ask Jack Smith himself. He's actually requested to testify before the Senate Judiciary Committee. I'm sure we would learn a lot from that. And Ranking Member Durbin says they've offered to bring in Jack Smith multiple times, and the Republicans in the committee keep saying no. They don't want to hear the answer. They just want to propagate their supposition. If you go back to Senator Cruz's letter, he accuses Chief Judge Boasberg of violating a 2004 law protecting senators' official phone records. Well, it's a little thing, but, facts are important when you're lawyers and talking about things like impeaching judges. We actually didn't pass the relevant language in 2004. We passed it in 2020 by amendment. Interestingly, after the first Trump administration did the same thing to members of Congress. Took their records, didn't disclose. Now, that's a small error. The real point here is that Chief Judge Boasberg had no clue that these were senators' records. It's hard to find fault when he doesn't have the information and when that was the standard practice of the Department of Justice at the time, and when the Trump Department of Justice had done the same thing to members of Congress before. So to make this whole thing look more nefarious, Republicans rewrote the law last year in that continuing resolution bill to make it look more like Chief Judge Boasberg did something wrong. In that bill, they retroactively made illegal his non-disclosure orders. They're perfectly legal at the time. They're standard operating practice both for the Department of Justice and the court at the time. He had no notice that these were senators behind the phone numbers. And years later, here come Republican senators in the CR bill they jammed through, and they throw in a provision that goes all the way back and makes that conduct now illegal. Why would you do that? Well, now it enables the rhetorical battle, the narrative, to be, oh, Judge Boasberg issued these illegal orders, and leave out the bit that they were perfectly legal and standard operating procedure at the time. But if the purpose of this whole operation is to rev up the attack and threat machine, what I call the flying monkeys of the far right, fly, my pretties, go harass that judge, go harass that judge's daughter, then calling the orders illegal adds impetus. By the way, it's not just me saying that Republicans are being misleading about what took place here. The Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts debunked these conspiracy theories about Chief Judge Boasberg long before last week's hearing. And Jack Smith effectively did the same thing through letters and his sworn testimony to the House. At last week's hearing, I entered into the record statements from respected impeachment experts, from the American Bar Association, and from a group of retired federal judges, all saying the same thing. This is nonsense, and cut it out before someone gets hurt. We even heard from one of Justice Scalia's protégés, retired Fourth Circuit Judge Michael Ludig, who described one of the Republican witnesses' testimony at that hearing as contemptible. The fact that none of this deterred or discouraged my Republican colleagues should tell everyone listening that this is not going to stop. This is a pressure campaign, and they are desperate to stop the contempt investigation into the MAGA Department of Justice. You add all this together, and that's exactly what it starts to look like. A MAGA campaign, a coordinated strategy to bring pressure and threats to bear on a federal judge. Not arguments in court, outside pressure and threats. And to do so in an environment in which violent threats are prevalent, perhaps the worst environment of violent threats the federal judiciary has ever seen. And one in which, just to add additional poison into the equation, the MAGA DOJ repeatedly refuses to assure us that proper investigative policies will be followed about threats to federal judges. If you have a scheme or a campaign to threaten federal judges and you won't look beyond the utterer of the threat, you won't investigate orchestration, organization, coordination, conspiracy, enterprise, any of that, you are not doing your job. That is basic investigative procedure. And we're up to, I think, 20 times that we've asked the Marshal Service or the MAGA DOJ, will you investigate behind the utterer for potential orchestration? It's an easy answer. It's like, yes, of course we will. So when they won't answer that question, that's a big warning. What this is all about is that the MAGA DOJ wants to stop the contempt hearing, period. I hope that neither Chief Judge Boasberg nor any of the other judges who've been targeted by MAGA and its threatening internet flying monkeys are intimidated by this. But that doesn't make it any less dangerous. And I would sure hope that this body, the United States Senate, would be better than to play along with a scheme to amplify pressure and threats against sitting federal judges. Pressure and threats against sitting federal judges. But here we are, with MAGA Republicans leading the charge, obedient to an increasingly dangerous executive. I put this together. These are all the different vectors of pressure against the judge. First, there's that MAGA Bondi complaint that I talked about, that I think is fake, strategic, pretextual, designed to give an excuse to criticize the judge who will be looking into the DOJ's contempt. The House has filed articles of impeachment to try to put pressure on him and to whip up the MAGA flying monkeys. The Senate just held the hearing that I spoke about. 2 Trump judges blocked the contempt proceedings with an highly unusual administrative stay. It was only when that stay was lifted that within days, Republicans sent the letter to the chief judge asking to have Judge Boasberg suspended. The Deputy Attorney General of the United States declared war on certain federal judges using descriptors that look exactly like this judge. And we just found out that in the appropriations bill, Republicans have tried to defund his office, the office of the chief judge of the D.C. District Court. And then, of course, you've got that stunt in the continuing resolution of declaring his perfectly legal conduct years ago retroactively illegal. That is 8 separate vectors of pressure against one judge. That is not the way the federal judicial system is supposed to operate, and it's particularly wrong in this environment of violent and dangerous threats. To be continued. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.